I just sat quietly, smiling into my smoothie and thinking, how many times have I myself said, and even heard others say those exact words, I just can't control myself. Or, as for me, I know the right thing, you. Now, my problem is the willpower. I wonder if we realize what we are actually saying when we utter such expressions. Saying you can't control yourself is the same as saying you need someone else to exert authority over you before you do the right thing. It's like saying you don't have a mind of your own. It's like saying you are a slave. Now, is that true? Are you really a slave to your desires? When we say this, when we say we have no self-control, are we confessing that we do not possess that singular thing which separates us from baser animals? Do we really have no will? Or are we just making excuses so that we can indulge in the things we know are bad for us? You see, the truth is, we do have self-control. We have just been giving ourselves reasons not to use it. Let me prove it to you. Imagine you're in the middle of one of your temper tantrums. Someone at home has done something silly again and you're really letting them have it. Fire pouring from your nostrils, smoke coming out of your ears. You are expressing your red hot anger at the top of your voice, and then suddenly, I knock on your door. I bet it would take you less than a second to gain control of yourself and answer the door. 1 second. From raging maniac to gracious host or hostess. Now tell me, is that not self-control? This week, let's break away from the chains of bad habits and destructive self-indulgence. You are not a slave. You're in control. Nobody decides for you. You are the boss. You will say no to those cookies. You will bin those cigarettes. You will take a deep breath and count to 3 before you yell at that reckless driver who nearly killed you. You will step away from the chocolate aisle and walk out of the supermarket with the toothpaste you went to buy. And no matter how juicy and ripe it looks, you will not, I repeat, you will not squeeze that pimple. My name is Kojo Yankson, and I am the boss of me. Good morning, Ghanafo.
Hello, good morning and welcome. Joy News at 6. The news is live on Joy 99.7 FM, hits 103.9 FM, also on Love 99.5 FM in Kumasi and myjoyonline.com. We're also live in all 16 regions of Ghana on X Spaces and on Facebook. Coming up, Parliament's appointment committee begins vetting of John Mahama's ministerial nominees today as the chair, Bernard Ahiafo, assures of a speedy process.
We will proceed with speed, but the speed I can assure the general public that it will be a normal speed, but will not cause unnecessary delay.
Also, relief at last for senior high school students as the government prepares to dispatch emergency food supplies to ease the severe shortages that left schools rationing meals.
I've asked the Chief of Staff to work with the Ghana Education Service to allocate and evacuate food that is currently held in warehouses in Tema.
And later today, President Mahama's Chief of Staff Julius Deborah is expected to meet the leadership of CHAS to discuss the food challenges facing senior high schools across the country.
The Chief of Staff is going to meet with the leadership of CHAS. In the background, we've been doing a lot, try and address the immediate challenges.
We also have the business.
Dollar demand surges for the first month of this year, putting some fresh pressure on cedi since last week.
These and more with me, Mamiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Stay for details. And Parliament begins vetting of John Mahama's ministerial nominees later this morning. The 11-member Appointments Committee will assess Dr. Kasiela Tufosin, headed to the Finance Ministry, followed by John Jinapofo, the Energy Ministry and Attorney General, and Minister for Justice designate Dr. Dominic Ayine. Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kwekwa Sante reports.
John Dramani Mahama last week Thursday sent to Parliament his first set of ministerial nominees. The Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, consequently referred the nominees to the Appointments Committee. The committee, chaired by First Deputy Speaker and MP for Akache South, Bernard Ahiafo, will this morning question the ministerial nominees as to their suitability for the roles they've been nominated for. The NPP is promising rigorous vetting. Frank Anodompre is Minority Chief Whip.
We want to caution your nominee to come prepared. It's not going to be business as usual. Come prepared.
John Mahama has promised to put his entire cabinet in place in 14 days, but the minority in Parliament have been criticizing him for what they describe as thought appointments.
Speaker, this thought appointment is unacceptable. We are the head of the ministers. You must be ready.
Parliament will not be sitting this week, but has suspended its rules to allow the Speaker to refer any new nominations made by the President to the committee to be vetted, so the House can vote to approve when the plenary reconvenes on the 21st of January. Kwekwa Asante for Joy News.
Well, Chairman of the committee, Bernard Ahiafo, on the probe last night indicated that his committee is ready to begin the process, assuring Ghanaians of a speedy vetting process.
We will proceed with speed, but the speed I can assure the general public that it will be a normal speed. No. But we will not cause unnecessary delay. There wouldn't be any unnecessary delay on parts of the committee. So all the three nominees are programmed for the same day. We have to deal with them till midnight. The committee is prepared to do that.
Okay.
Because there is a need for these ministers to take their respective positions so that we can move on as a country.
And you had Bernard Ahiafo, chairman of Parliament's Appointment Committee. Now, still in Parliament, Speaker of Parliament Alban Bagbin has warned new MPs against extreme partisanship, urging them to be nationalistic in their dealings. At an orientation event to sensitize them on the workings of Parliament, Alban Bagbin explained that extreme partisanship doesn't build a nation. Here is the Speaker of Parliament.
You will be expected to uphold the highest standards of honesty, integrity, and moral uprightness to sustain and enhance the image of Parliament and also the trust and confidence of your constituents and citizens in general. Those who really take Ghana first advance in politics than those who are extremely partisan. When you are extremely partisan, you may ascend in the regime, but in the next one, you collapse. Because you are seen to have identified yourself with one personality who might be the leader. And so after that leader, you are not relevant again.
Away from Parliament, relief is in sight for senior high school students as the government orders the immediate dispatch of emergency food supplies. Schools reopened on January 3, forcing many to rely on only rice. President John Mahama's tasked Chief of Staff Julius Deborah to oversee the nationwide distribution of supplies from Tema warehouses. He spoke at the National Prayer and Thanksgiving service held at the University of Professional Studies here in Accra.
We have a challenge currently with feeding students in secondary schools, as the Ghana Education Service insisted that schools must reopen on the 3rd of January, contrary to the advice of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools. As a stopgap measure, I've asked the Chief of Staff to work with the Ghana Education Service to allocate and evacuate food that is currently held in warehouses in Tema. This food was imported by the outgone government in response to the drought that occurred last year.
Well, later today, President John Mahama's Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, will meet with the leadership of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Senior High Schools over the food shortages. MP for Bolsa South, Dr. Clement Epak, who is also a member of the transition team, spoke on the matter.
I can tell you that the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, has held a meeting with the Director General of the Ghana Education Service and the Chief Director of the Ministry of Education on this very vexed matter to do with the challenges regarding inadequate food and a lack of variety in terms of the food items. And I can also state authoritatively that on Monday, the Chief of Staff is going to meet with the leadership of CHA. In the background, we've been doing a lot, try and address the immediate challenges, even as we look towards implementing the policy proposals that were presented to Ghanaians during the electioneering campaign. We are not oblivious and we are not sleeping. We are working.
Well, still in the education sector, the colleges of education non-teaching staff begin an indefinite strike over delays in migrating staff onto the single spine salary structure. In a statement, the non-teaching staff say migration to the single spine salary has been unduly delayed and believes it to be a ploy by government to frustrate the process, and have therefore decided to embark on an indefinite strike to press home their demands. Meanwhile, the Teacher Trainees Association of Ghana has urged its members to stay away from school in solidarity with their striking teachers. Razak Swale is president of TTAG.
The postponement of the resuming date of the first semester by Princoff is timely, but we also feel concerned because the reasons for the postponement is not stated. Perhaps one of the most longest strikes in our history, lasting for 2 months and 6 days. This has kept us in a very tight corner. It was not really good for us as students. I think the best way to prevent it from happening again is for us to come together and then just ask our teachers, our strike for their needs, whatever demands that are due our teachers, for government to see to it that those demands are addressed, and then they are back to the classroom with no other any future strike in mind.
And just before we go, some grave drivers in the Table-Boa-Mantin municipality of the Bono East region attacked the area police station following the killing of a 75-year-old driver by suspected armed robbers on Friday night. A police vehicle was destroyed in the process, Anas Sabit reports.
Throughout
the Atiba-Mantin municipality, including all the villages, we are faced with frequent armed robbery attacks, even when going to our farms. Between Atiba and Amantin, day in and day out, these robbers attack us, and we don't know what exactly the police are doing about it. This is one of many aggrieved drivers here in the Atiba-Mantin municipality lamenting the increasing cases of armed robbery attacks in the area. On Friday, January 10 at about 8 p.m., a 75-year-old driver, popularly known as Nigerian Man, was allegedly killed by suspected armed robbers along the Atiba-Mantin stretch. This prompted angry drivers in the area to storm the area police station, accusing the police of being ineffective in their operations. They pelted the police with stones, blocked the roads and set tires ablaze before vandalizing a police pickup vehicle.
And that's a bit with that report, and that's how we end this morning's bulletin here on Joe 99.7 FM. I am Amiesi Nyamiche Thompson. Up next is Business on the Super Morning Show.
Hello everyone, I'm Hannah Friye, the Health and Safety Manager of Total Energies Ghana. I want to remind you of the importance of road safety, especially as the festive season draws closer. Road accidents don't just happen, they are caused. Reckless driving, overspeeding, and poor vehicle maintenance are some of the leading causes during this period. Here are a few tips to keep you safe. Always ensure your vehicle is in good condition before traveling. Please wear your seatbelts and avoid distractions like using your phone whilst driving. Let's commit to responsible behavior on the road this season. Remember, safety starts from you. Safety for me, for you, and for all. Afishapa.
Are you a female entrepreneur, young business owner, agribusiness, fintech, or agri-tech venture? This one's for you. We see your need for funding for your business, and we believe that your story matters. So in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, ABSA is offering you collateral-free loans of up to 1 million Ghana cedis at 10% interest rate per annum. We've already pumped over 1.3 billion cedis into over 6,000 businesses. Yours is next. Visit our SME project office, your nearest ABSA branch, or head to absa.com.gh. Your story matters. ABSA.
How secured are you? Let me ask you again. How secured are you? Say yes loud with confidence when you are protected by Millennium Insurance, because it gives you great reliability and comfort. Sign on any of our products today, be it motor, fire, burglary, accidents, travels, bonds, liabilities, engineering, marine and aviation insurance. Visit our offices in Accra, Northridge, Tema, Kumasi, Kofridia, Takrady, or any of our 30 agents nationwide. Call 0302-766-631 or 0504-394-997.
Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner.
Businesses know how important it is to create a productive and supportive working environment by investing in employees' health. With a leading international track record, Apex Health Insurance is licensed to provide medical insurance services to corporate organizations and SMEs. We also have international LH Blue cover and TPAs to cushion you. Multinational companies, factories, and government agencies, focus on your business while Apex Insurance takes care of your health. Visit Apex Health Insurance office at Zion House, Boundary Road, Shiashi, Kumasi, opposite Prempeh College, Sofo Line, and Takrady Market Circle. For further inquiries, call 0501-562-962 or 0501-552-495. Apex Health, your preferred health insurer.
Anymore, pop quiz. Are you ready?
Hit me.
Can you give me 3 words that start with Omni?
Oh, that's easy. Omnibus, omnipotent, omnibus. The bank with a really nice signboard.
Hey, Radzi, you mean Omnibisic. OMNIBSIC. Omnibisic. Let me hear you say it.
Omnibisic.
Perfect.
Is that an abbreviation?
Not entirely. And it's not just a bank with nice signboards either. Omnibisic Bank is Ghana's fastest growing bank with innovative banking products and headquarters in Atlantic Tower at Airport City, Accra, as well as 40 branches across the country. Omnibisic Bank has the final word on excellent customer service delivery in Ghana.
Plus, they have the coolest signboard.
Yes, they do. And the coolest name, Omnibisic.
At your service.
Let me share my experience with you at the new Aqua Safari Resorts. When you arrive, you're greeted by warm smiles and introduced to your 24-hour butler who already has your itinerary sorted. Enjoy water sports activities like jet ski rides, kayaking, water sliding, flyboarding, and castnet fishing. You can even have your lunch here on the boat cruise. Let the tour guides take you through the sceneries of the mangrove forest, the friendliness of the animals, while you pet and feed them. We chose to have our breakfast with a beautiful sunrise right in front of our cabin.
Visit Aqua Safari Eco Resort in Ghana, bringing you closer to nature.
Reliable, check. Comfort, check. Strong, check. Tough, check. Tried and tested, check. Affordable, check. Comes in so many colors and sizes, check. Suitable for domestic and industrial use, check. Choose quality, choose Syntex Tank. Available nationwide and comes with 7-year warranty. And remember, Syntex Tank is a caring brand too. Syntex Tank, a strong, a tough.
What are you paying for? A delicious meal at the restaurant? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Buying fuel for your car? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. Shopping online or at the mall or your favorite supermarket? Do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. When you need to pay, do it with SG Ghana Visa Card. With a large network of merchants and payment points, the SG Ghana Visa card is your secure and convenient way to get things done in Ghana. You can also use the SG Ghana Visa card for secure online purchases. Make your life easy and use your SG Ghana Visa card today. To find out more, call 0302 214 314. That's 0302 214 314. Société Générale Ghana. The future is you.
Man like Winston.
Man like Ojo.
Charlie, Happy New Year.
Many happy returns, brother.
How was your holiday?
I was smooth, you know.
Have you come back and hit the ground running as fast as the president has? Because the man is in a hurry.
He keeps making saying the right words as of now. Keep making the right comment. Look at what he said yesterday concerning how they intend to handle the National Cathedral. So we're all waiting for action, and we're hoping to see the outcome possibly.
Yeah. You liked what he said about the cathedral?
Absolutely, because it makes sense. And if we were to go that same route, but the core consistently for many citizens is that they should consider that place for a children's hospital.
That location.
That location, yeah.
Right. There's so many things we need as a country, you know. Children's hospital is definitely one of them.
Yep.
Yeah. So you think it would be better if the cathedral was located elsewhere and, constructed cheaper? Yeah.
When it comes to prayer and solitude, seeking the face of God, you can possibly have it in a more crowded place. If you want to have that, I think the churches will tell you, people go to the mountains to seek the face of the Lord.
Yeah.
And then Ghana has vast amount of land. Why that particular location? That's a key question.
Interesting. All right. Well, it's certainly one of the things we'll be talking about today. That's just one of the many things the president has on his desk. Apart from the 23 ministries that he's created, and of course, oral.
Your prophecy has come to pass.
Which one is that?
Concerning, Opara.
I wonder who you mean.
Okay.
Who the one?
Easy.
Forgive me. It happens when I'm being insulted in my absence. Yes, some people prefer to insult in your presence when they don't like your question. Anyway, let's get on with it now. The Joy 6 a.m. news came to us thanks to Total Energies. Total, we go the extra mile for you. Absa Bank Ghana Limited, your story matters, and Millennium Insurance, your trustworthy partner. Now, for the Joy Business Report, and that is thanks to Omnibasic Bank at your service and Safari Valley Resort, bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome to the Joy Business Report. Dollar demand surges for the first month of this year, putting some fresh pressure on the city since last week. We explore savings on the national budget following President Mahamad's decision to reduce the number of ministries to 23 and rationalize others. Also, Finance Minister designate Atuforsen set to outline plans to reset the economy as he faces Parliament Appointment Committee later today. These and many more coming up. My name is Winston Taki. Now to our first business story. Demand for dollars by businesses have picked up strongly for the first month of this year. The development has put some fresh pressure on the cedi since last week. There is more in the following report.
The local currency opened this year still trading around 14 cedis 70 pesos. It has been hovering around this rate for quite a while. The cedi has been fairly stable against the dollar for about 2 months since last year. It's even in some cases appreciated against the dollar during that period. However, over the past 1 week, the pressure has intensified. Majority of the commercial banks were selling the cedi at around 14 cedis, 83 pesos as at last Friday. Some of the commercial banks have linked it to the surge in demand by businesses that are trying to restock for the year. Data seen by Joy Business showed that demand is coming from the energy and manufacturing sectors. But some of the commercial banks are linking it to the limited supply of dollars from the Bank of Ghana since the beginning of this year, and that the situation can be contained if the support improves. But we should also not forget that the cedi's pressure in the first quarter of each year has also been a perennial issue.
That is a Business Desk report. The dollar is going for 15 cedis 50 pesos. That is the rate of some of the forex bureaus are offering to their clients this morning. The British pound is going for 19 cedis 32 pesos. The euro is going for 16 cedis 16 pesos. Commercial banks, on the other hand, are this morning selling a dollar at 14 cedis 77 pesos. Now, this government will be working with 23 ministries. This was after President John Mahama reduced it from the current 30 and rationalized others. But what could be the impact on government finances and expenditure for this year? There is more in this report.
The move by the president has seen 4 ministries scrapped. While the Ministry of Youth and Sports have been separated, the president has also promised that he will press ahead of reducing the number of ministers to 60 from current 85. Based on data from the Finance Ministry, it was estimated that 85 ministers and their deputies did cost government some 30.1 billion cedis. So, if we should work with the 60 ministers, then we should be looking at some 21.7 billion cedis. This rounds up to 9.1 million cedis in savings for 1 year. However, this does not factor the administrative cost of running the various ministries. Some have argued that the cost will not be that much in terms of real savings, but the signal that it will send to the public, especially when government may, in the coming months, want Ghanaians to also sacrifice.
Meanwhile, economist Professor Godfrey Bobkin has maintained that even though the move can be described as prudent, government could have still done better.
I commend the president, even though what he has done actually didn't meet my expectation. Yes, I was actually looking at the total number of ministries were coming up to about 19. And then I'm looking at it that the total number of ministers should be less than 40. But of course, given Akufo-Addo's standard, which really is that bad, it looks like 60 looks like performance. Right, but I want to believe that we can work with that for now. We should not despise the days of small beginning and all of that. So that going forward, the next government should be able to set the bar a little higher.
That was economist Professor Godfrey Bobkin. Now moving on, Finance Minister designate Ato Forson is expected to outline his vision of moves by his government to reset the economy. This will happen as he faces the Appointment Committee of Parliament later today. Members of the committee may be pushing some answers over how he plans to deal with the revenue mobilization challenge as well as rationalize expenditure. Moving on, the visiting IMF management team have finally completed their engagement with the government on its economic policies and proposed program review. George Wiafe has the rest of the story.
Joy Business understands that the team has made some progress on the direction of this new administration when it comes to the economy. This is because that was the main purpose of this visit, led by the mission chief of the IMF and another director of the fund. However, we are yet to get those fine details when it comes to proposals from the finance minister designate to seek more funding from the IMF and extend the program as well as renegotiate some of the targets under the program. The visit is not a program engagement or a staff review, but something that the IMF does when it comes to a change in government. But the program with that country has not ended.
And a quick one on this management visit by the IMF team, where they were in town last Thursday and they have not rounded up their engagement. And now moving on, and demand for treasury bills sold on the money market as T-bills were oversubscribed by more than 55%. However, interest rates continue to surge, increasing the government cost of repaying these bills. There is more in this business report.
The government got a remarkable 8.075 billion cedis from the sale of the short-term instrument, though was looking for 5.198 billion cedis to refinance the maturing bills. Government accepted all the bids tendered. A whopping 5.513 billion cedis came from the 91-day bills, representing 68.27% of the total bids. About 1.416 billion cedis were also tendered for the 182-day bill. On the other hand, 1.145 billion cedis were tendered for the 364-day bill. Meanwhile, interest rates edged further on the yield curve. The yield on the 91-day bill rose by 14 basis points to 28.33%. VAT of the 182-day bill also reached 28.96% from 28.91% the prior week. Similarly, the interest rate on the 364-day bill went up by 2 basis points to 30.17%.
That was a Business Desk report. Food and Beverage Association of Ghana has been mourning the high export of raw fruit, warning that it is killing the local fruit industry. General Secretary Sam Agri argued that the government should work to attract more investors within the sector to aid processing of these fruits locally.
Government should encourage bringing the investors or make sure that local investors can really put their money into this. Because if I'm doing that and I have 5 years tax-free and you benchmark it to the number of people that you employ, it will go a long way for you to see more people coming into this area and then making sure that they produce what we want to see them produce and then export them. We need not to push everything in its raw form and exporting them.
Sam Agri is the General Secretary of the Food Beverage Association of Ghana. In other news, your on-air mentorship and business guidance program, the Joy Business Advisory Series, finally takes off today at 1 p.m. on the Marketplace. Join us for the next 2 weeks, that is from 13th to the 24th of this month, as we engage seasoned advisors in the financial space to help grow your business. The series will also be live on all our social media platforms. Now, insurance firm Ghana Star Life Assurance has commemorated its 40th anniversary, celebrating 4 decades of excellence in Ghanaian insurance industry. Chief Executive of Star Life Assurance, Boatima Bafo Ewa, emphasized the company's commitment to leveraging technology and innovation to enhance service delivery and build customers' trust.
We've also been able to leverage on technology and innovations to provide simple solutions to our clients. And also, as an insurance company, we've used that to be able to soar high and ensure that whatever experience that clients have, it is not negatively linked to us. So our priorities is very customer-centric and also using innovation to ensure that our clients get the best of service.
That was the Chief Executive of Star Life Assurance, Boatima Bafo Ewa. Let's find out how your investment will fare on the stock market for this week. Here's Grace Manayon of Databank Research.
Last week's trading concluded with 4 price movers, consisting of 3 gainers and a laggard. The gainers were MTN Ghana, Ecobank Transnational Incorporated, and New Gold, whereas Republic Bank Ghana declined. Consequently, the Ghana Stock Exchange Composite Index increased by 0.26% weekly, the year-to-date gain of 0.29%, whereas the Databank Stock Index gained 0.10% weekly, the year-to-date gain of 0.17%. The week's turnover increased by 3.45% weekly to 12.57 million Ghana cedis, driven by block trades and New Gold, which accounted for 96% of the market turnover. Based on the dynamics of the market, we expect the share prices of MTN Ghana and Ecobank Transnational Incorporated to gain this week. For Joy Business Report, Grace Monanyon of Databank Research.
That was Databank Research Grace Monayon giving us updates on the stock market. Now let's bring you updates on the commodities market. While crude oil has crossed the $80 mark this morning and is selling at $81.28 a barrel. Basically, this might not be good when it comes to pricing of petroleum products at the pumps in Ghana. The precious metal gold is selling at $2,684 an ounce after going down marginally from yesterday. Cocoa lost more than $300 and is going for $10,570 a ton. My name is Winston Take. That's all for the Joy Business Report.
coffee in your cup, and Joy on the set, the Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
I hope it's not a controversial thought. I think he should be nominated for Songwriter of the Year, just on the back of the 3 songs he wrote for the NDC.
The campaign songs,
economy, those songs. Yeah.
So
I think so.
Like
some of them even topped the charts in countries like the Philippines.
And I'm not sure they'll qualify.
Why
to be nominated for that?
Why not?
Because of the reason for the song, I guess.
Really?
Political campaigning. I'm not sure if
song reason would disqualify a song
I
from
think so.
being nominated.
I mean, I thought you were going to say that.
Why?
Because it was for a political activity.
But what's wrong with that?
I think it's going to be
Is
a
that
bit,
still
a
not
bit
song
controversial.
Political activities are
Is that
banned
still not
activities.
artistry?
Anyway, yes,
I'm just thinking out loud.
Popular, and sometimes
Ray.
you are not sure why it is popular. Yeah,
you are not sure. Eh?
Yeah.
Look, I think the guy's talent is in catchy rhythms. You know,
I say.
You know, yeah, that seems to be his ability. I mean, even this song, this Asida song, right? I remember I told you that I had a friend from Tanzania who couldn't speak Chi at all.
Yeah,
but heard this song and fell in love with it because the rhythm just moved her. You know?
I've also had a similar experience with South African songs.
There you go.
I'm not sure whether
there you go. So obviously they were good songs, right?
Not necessarily.
When I
later on read the lyrics.
Yeah, but you see, the good songwriting didn't stop you from enjoying it.
So the per what does it mean? It's one of the songs that
Mahani.
Okay, we can now learn how to say it right. Hey, did I say it right?
Let's do Drive Safe.
Drive Safe campaign, and it is brought to you by Joy News and the Multimedia Group and supported by Toyota Superior Quality and Imperial General Assurance. Solid protection. This morning, let me take you to the road traffic regulations, especially the section 26, the regulation 26, which is to do with the qualifications for those of you that use or purport to use learners, what they call it,
the license?
Yes, and the plates are fixed to your cars. In fact, 10 says a qualified driver or a licensed instructor shall accompany a learner who is driving on the road or in public place. And the second one says the qualified driver or licensed instructor shall have a valid license which is not less than 3 years old, and the license shall be of the class higher than the class of the motor vehicle in which the learner is being instructed. Now, the qualified driver, and these are the other things you should know. A learner shall not drive a motor vehicle or ride the motorcycle which is carrying a passenger except the instructor. A learner shall not drive a motor vehicle or ride a motorcycle between the hours of 7 p.m. and 5 a.m. Yes, it also says a learner shall not have alcohol concentration above 0 level. So there can be 0 alcohol concentration. There's nothing in the system.
Yeah, of course, but that's what it means.
Yes, above 0 in the blood or breath of the learner who are learning to drive.
Yeah.
And a learner shall not drive on a high-speed road. Indeed, it also says a learner shall not drive a motor vehicle or motorcycle at a speed that exceeds 50 kilometers per second. But I have seen a lot of
50 kilometers per second.
Yeah.
Per second. Well, is it a spacecraft?
No, it shall
50
not.
kilometers per
Yes.
second.
Yes.
50 kilometers.
Yeah, 50 kilometers per second.
Second.
Yes. No, per hour. No. Oh. Why you do per second? Yeah. Yes, the speed that exceeds 50 kilometers per hour. Yes.
Okay. You know what's interesting? The limitations on a learner are very, very distinct. But many people think that with a learner's license, they can basically do whatever as long as there's an instructor in the car. But you can't even have other passengers. So you can't have your sister in the back or whatever.
True.
The only other person allowed to be in the car is the instructor. Full stop. Or you could be alone if you are being tested, for instance. That's it. That's the limit. Anyway, Ghana, we do what we like.
All right, let's learn how to say it right now. It's brought to us by Kingdom Books. At Kingdom, quality and affordability are their hallmarks. And Societe Generale Bank Ghana, the future is you.
Something must be done. You say either, I say either.
The president has been busy, but we are yet to hear his plans for fighting Galamsey. Will he stick to his promise to release all those convicted for illegal mining crimes because they are just small fry? Now, I know you heard me say small fry, didn't you? That is the correct expression, not small flies. Small fry literally means small fish, but as an expression, it is used to describe trivial or insignificant people or things. The expression has Anglo-Latin origins, and the English surname Fry actually means small person. Back in the 15th century, it was used as a term of endearment by parents for their children. But in the 19th century, it was revived by the Americans and used to refer to helpless people with no clout or influence. So the expression is small fry and not small flies. Also, no matter how many insignificant people you're referring to, it's always small fry, singular, not fries. For those, go to Burger King. Okay, all right. Are we together, Raymond? You seem
we can do the news press now.
Hey, relax. Why? Anyway, the news review is brought to us by Syntex Tank, you're stronger, you're tough, and Access Bank, more than banking. Now, before we get into the headlines, a quick wrap from news. Things they talked about that I found quite interesting was this whole issue around the presidential pardon that never was, right? Let's hear what they said.
The issue about presidential pardon generally is one that I find controversial. I have never really accepted that aspect of our constitution. I think that presidents should have no business pardoning people. When people are jailed or convicted in accordance with the judicial process, that should terminate it. And I do not think that presidents sitting in a political position should ordinarily be given that power. Historically, the reason kings and queens of England pardoned people were because the courts were the kings and queens' courts. And so they have essentially delegated their judicial authority to the courts. And so they could have the final say. And on ceremonial occasions, out of goodwill, they pardon people. But we have seen this time and again when presidents have pardoned people who ordinarily ought not to be pardoned, so to speak. And then the contest and the controversy and the criticisms will come. I think we have a few examples in history. The current one, I would say that perhaps, but for one or two names that appears in there, or that appear in there, maybe this would have passed without people even knowing about it.
Yeah.
But those one or two names then implicate broader problems with the whole pardoning process. You have 10 times more the number of people on this list who reflect the same indices. The question is, why are they still in there?
These individuals submitted petitions. Those petitions were vetted, and then because the president couldn't sit at the Jubilee House on his own, pardon people, submitted a letter to the Council of State. The Council of State on the 2nd of January actually did meet the president as part of the consultation process. And at the end of the consultation, it was decided that these people should not be pardoned. So that's how come when news started coming around that the president had pardoned these individuals, the president had issued a statement to indicate to the public that no such a decision had been taken by the president. So the president consulted the Council of State, and at the end of the day, the decision was taken that these people should not be pardoned. That's what I can say for now. But unfortunately, on the state, the letter that was forwarded to the Council of State was leaked. And instead of most people, including, some media personnel, taking time to look at that letter, decided to come to conclude that the president had pardoned some people. Because that letter was clearly a letter that the president had sent to the Council of State as part of the consultation process.
I think that in written into the exercise of the presidential pardon is the idea that the voters must have a chance to also have their say on it. And if that's why they punish the presidency, I think for fair reason. But one of the things that case does damage to, when it was challenged, there were 3 petitions, and I'm happy Alfred Tuyayeboa is here. He, Eli Prima Guanva, and Asante, Bedu to Asante.
In that matter of the contemnors, the Munchie 3 in particular,
right.
Maybe I'm one of those very few people, after reading Mami's, piece on that, and reading the judgment all over again yesterday, I am inclined to believe that for many, many, many reasons, that was actually one of the reasons why we lost. And lost in the manner in which we did. I genuinely believe it. I know that a lot of people probably stopped thinking about it and not much was said about it. And maybe because it was also such a sensitive matter, most people really didn't want to talk about it. And if you recall, at the time of the nomination of Professor Nana Jane, if you remember, it came up again. And I am convinced that, look, it was politically expeditious for us to do so under the circumstances. There may even have been schools of thought that actually approved of the fact that President Mahama really had no options. And now that the late vice president is not with us, maybe I'm no longer bound by the conversations that actually took place. Know that he was actually strongly opposed to the grant of pardon to the contemnors in that matter. The sentences, the sentencing, the lack of representation in some cases, even the fact that sometimes they're even forgotten of a very long period.
On remand, not that they've been convicted.
No, there is no conviction, there's nothing. You know, they keep remanding them and suddenly it becomes lost in the system. The biggest part is prison infrastructure.
So there you go. That's what happened on Newsfile. Interesting thoughts there. The general consensus seems to be that there was indeed an intention to pardon some people. There was a letter or whatever communication sent to the Council of State by way of consultation. What we are now learning is that the Council of State responded to say that pardon nobody.
So
it didn't happen.
Yes.
No, it didn't happen.
But isn't it interesting though? For the first time in the history of presidents exiting, Council of State told the president, pardon nobody.
Why are you saying for the first time?
So that's what
because every time the president is exiting, he pardons somebody.
That's what the former AG is.
Maybe they cut that. See, this might be the first time we are privy to the list submitted and the response. Maybe sometimes they say that this list is not good enough, so submit another one. No, it happens. But I'm just worried that you're saying that this is the first time that nobody's been pardoned.
This is the first time the president has pardoned nobody. He's saying that he did it on consultation with the Council of State.
Yes, which is prudent practice.
So that's what we are being told that it wasn't as if the Council of State rejected the list. It was consultation, so it didn't pass.
But what does that mean? The presidency.
That was what the former AG was insisting.
The presidency and the Council of State.
And at
the presidency presented the list.
At the end of it, they decided
the presidency presented the list. So if nobody got pardoned,
needless convolution is this. Okay,
but I think it's been agreed. But for some few names in there, this thing would have just passed easily, and nobody would have known about it.
Few names,
I see. Now, so the president did not exercise prerogative of mercy. I see.
Yep.
Now, the BNFT.
No mercy.
The BNFT is reporting this morning, Koje Jansen, that health issues are responsible for 50% of unproductivity. And that's a study that they are referencing. And they reference conditions like BP, diabetes. They are top workforce inefficiency issues. This is what the paper is reporting. In fact, the study that's on the impact of poor health on businesses and the broader economy has revealed that hypertension and diabetes rank as high as key health issues affecting productivity in the country. The research is done by Riviera Cole, a healthcare service provider, used findings from blood donations, drives, and health screenings. Riviaco indicated that 54% of Ghana's labor force aged 27 to 62 in a study covering 23,000 patients is highly hypertensive. 54% actually.
My goodness.
With a prevalence of 68% among men. So when you isolate, everything, men have bigger problems. According to the research, diabetes prevalence stands at 37% and kidney disease at 23%. Cancers at 26%, with mental health problems accounting for 36% unproductivity rate among the country's workforce.
Wow.
And
okay, let me ask something, and I'm picking just one of these figures, and that's the mental health figure. So if it turned out that 36% of all workers had COVID, what would happen? Would the government apparatus not simply shut things down to ensure that the problem can be fixed so that it doesn't affect our productivity any further? Would that not happen?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are we waiting for? 36% of all workers have mental health issues that affect their productivity. Not just that they have mental health issues, but it is affecting their productivity. 36% of us. At what point will we take this seriously? What percentage will make us take it seriously? And that's mental health. And I deliberately chose that because the others are worse.
Can you ask?
Look at hypertension.
I don't know anybody around here who has asked for leave because of their mental health before. I don't know.
I also don't know.
I don't know. I mean, my entire working life, I've not met anybody.
Yes.
So in the Republic of Ghana.
So what will happen is that you come to work with it instead and be either destructive or non-productive.
Will doctors excuse you from work citing mental health?
That's if they're able to diagnose it.
Yeah. Once it's diagnosed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But would you appear before a doctor in the first place? Suspecting that these are symptoms because mostly people show signs before they go to the hospital. In a part of the world, they wait till it becomes a problem before they go to the hospital.
Remember that we have issues with stigmatization that we haven't dealt with. So will people, individuals themselves, workers, present themselves and agree that because of my mental health, give me an excuse so that my employer would allow me.
And listen, the reason why I picked mental health, and I'm so glad you've made this point about the stigma. The reason why I picked mental health is because the stigma works in both directions. It's a ridiculous situation. We either take them too seriously or we don't take them seriously at all, right? So mental health either attracts the stigma of wabodam, when really it might be depression or something that can very easily be treated, right? But it is treated as some sort of extreme loss of faculties, right? So we take it too seriously. Or we don't take it seriously at all, which is the other side of things. That if you are suffering depression or you are stressed and it's clearly affecting your work, you don't treat it as a real problem. You act as if it's fine. I mean, who is not stressed? Now, what to be a man? It's just regular, So we are either not taking it seriously enough or we are taking it far too seriously. That's the problem with, and it's a weird kind of place so that the problem itself never gets tackled.
I had a classmate in the UK who was, a teacher suggested that he could be stressed and he should take some time and go and see students first. He said, no, he's Nigerian. Nigerians don't get stressed. I was shocked, but he said that he was rejecting
we joke about
tag.
this.
No, it doesn't think it's possible that he and Nigeria will be stressed.
Really, it's white man problem.
Yes.
Yeah, they are the ones who go and see
because in reality, everything stresses us.
See, that's the point. And see, that's where we start from. But there's a clinical level one, which is something that should be taken serious.
Yeah.
And again, I actually also feel that if I woke up one morning and said, Sammy, today I'm very stressed, his response will not be, so you can't come to work, right?
So take some time off. No,
it won't happen.
No,
you throw some gun expletives in there. I can't tell it to my friend. Get up and come to work over
typically, it will be, so can't you come and then when you are done, you go and see a doctor? You see? It won't be, take the day off.
Now he's threatening people on that already.
So already affecting our mental health here. Will HR not use that as a threat against you? Will they take you as a serious worker, for instance?
No,
or they will start planning your exits because they would say that we can no longer rely on this guy.
Look, the truth is,
that
people are worried about this.
True.
Okay, so even if HR is well trained and they understand these things, they are not likely to have people raise the issues because people are afraid that this is how they will be treated. They will end up that someone will plan their exit and all of this. We need to pick a day and really talk about this. Okay, I deliberately picked mental health, even though hypertension is a much more serious
It's a bigger problem. Yes.
more than half. It's crazy.
Yeah. Let's do the Daily Graphic newspaper. President reduces number of ministries. Labour Federation welcomes realignment from 29 to 23. National Cathedral probe soon. That's according to President Mahama. He says government will soon launch an investigation into the National Cathedral project. This will be a follow-up to the recommendation by the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice for government to audit the project and investigate many misuse or any misuse of public funds. So details of that in the paper.
Now, the Ghanaian Times says, nation thanks God for peaceful elections, and President orders probe into electoral killings, direct lands commission to halt sale of leasing of public lands. And I've said these are perhaps the two most important things the president has done for me within this week. These two orders, I think they are very substantive, and I'm hoping that they will not be like others in times past.
Isn't it shocking that there has to be a directive from the president for the Ghana Police Service to do its work? Well, I missed a story on the back page of the Daily Graphic I can't skip. It's Accra had to vote. They eased into the round of 16 of the FA Cup with a commanding 3-0 victory over second tier side Akachi Home Stars.
Second tier side.
Second tier side. The final newspaper, energy sector.
Hold on, take your time. Second tier side.
You wanted me to rush through the story. Now you're asking me to take my time.
No, go ahead. You go ahead.
Energy sector sweeping reforms crucial to address inefficiencies and mismanagement. Economists are said. Professor Lord Mensah advocates scrapping of import levies. EcoBank pledges support to Kantamanto market fire victims.
Now,
there was another fire, wasn't there?
The
in
Techiman.
Okay. All right. Now, let's go online. The online review now brought to you by Zenith Bank in your best interest and Goyle Good Energy. Goyle Yenara Yentia.
All right. Dear valued customer, Happy New Year from all of us at Zenith Bank. As we welcome 2025, we extend our heartfelt appreciation for your loyalty and support. We remain steadfast in our commitment to providing innovative banking solutions and delivering exceptional service that exceeds your expectations. We wish you a year of growth, prosperity, and shared achievements. Let's make this the extraordinary together. Zenith Bank in your best interests.
Now,
it's stress.
Good energy brings you Go Super XP, Mama V. The ideal choice. Oh, no, you can't now be blaming everything on stress. Now, of course, Go Super XP is the ideal choice for most vehicles. It is flowing wow at many Go stations in the country. Just go fuel up your vehicle and enjoy that smooth ride with all the benefits. Go Super XP is quality and gives you the correct choice when buying regular fuel. Go Super XP is fortified with a special additive that gives longevity to your engine. Mama V makes your engine perform to the max using minimal fuel and suitable for most vehicles. As you journey the road, look out for the Go stations with the Go Super XP sign and go fuel up your vehicle. Go Super XP. Wo failure. Huh? Ube feely. Go Good Energy.
All right, the story that's topmost on myjoyonline.com this morning. Statue of former President Akufo-Addo in Second D destroyed.
Oh.
Now, I actually heard hints
Needless
of...
act.
I heard hints of
crime, actually.
I heard hints of plans to do... Well, it depends on who destroys it. If a state
authority
destroys it, then it's not a crime.
No, I think from what we know, it would not be a
how do we know?
Agency removing
How
that.
do we know?
It's distraction actually.
How
I think
do
it's
we
a deliberate act.
How do we
Take
know?
your time. It's
one thing.
Investigated.
One thing.
One
thing I can tell you. One thing I can tell you.
One
thing I can tell you, which might support the possibility of your theory, is that all the way back, maybe a week after the statue went up, I have an uncle in Takrady who told me he kept calling it the statue of hardship, and he said that he's just waiting for the elections, and as soon as the NPP loses, as he hoped they will, he and his boys would go and take it down. Now I know my uncle was joking. He doesn't have the time or the energy to go and take anything down, but we kind of expected this, didn't we? It's a pity though. BBC News now brought to you by Fidelity Bank, believe with us, and Old Mutual, 10 years of greatness in Ghana, here for a life.
Hello, you're with Newsday on the BBC World Service with Victoria Wahunda and Robian.
A new reusable rocket built by Blue Origin, the space travel company owned by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos, is about to take off. There have been a couple of delays, but we'll bring you the latest.
The number of people killed in the wildfires in Southern California has risen to 24. Several days of strong winds are now forecast, which could lead to further destruction in Los Angeles.
BBC investigations has found that workers making plans for the Chinese expansion downstream are working excessive hours in contravention of the country's labor laws to be speaking to our China correspondent.
And with the Summit for Education for Girls in Islamic countries, activists including Malala
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
You are starting life, you want financial freedom, you know where to go. For your child's education, financial freedom, we got solutions just for you. For your retirement plan, employee wellness and benefits. Old Mutual, your preferred insurer. Old Mutual is the best.
What are you waiting for? Come and join us. Call us on 030-7600. Old Mutual. Do great things every day.
Do great things every day. Do great things every day.
What if we told you that your next adventure is just a tap away? That's right. With Republic Bank Visa Credit Card, it's your time to win a staycation at some of Ghana's luxury beach resorts, 5-course dinner, a full-day spa service, or the ultimate, an all-expense paid trip to Dubai, the city of gold. Every tap brings you closer to winning in the Top Win and Fly with Republic Bank promo. Whether it's Infinite, Adishi, or Classic Credit Card, just keep tapping to win. New customers are welcome. This promo is regulated by the National Lottery Authority on the Caritas Lottery platform. Terms and conditions apply. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Morning Show.
To proceed with speed, by the speed I can assure the general public that it will be a normal speed.
No.
But will not cause unnecessary delay. There wouldn't be any unnecessary delay on parts of the committee. So all the 3 nominees are programmed for the same day. You have to deal with them till midnight. The committee is prepared to do that.
Okay.
Because there is a need for these ministers to take their respective positions so that we can move on as a country. We treat all people the same. But it doesn't mean that we will not scrutinize. Look, you can appear before me and the scrutiny that I will give you within 30 minutes. Somebody may have 1 hour and will not be able to do same.
You'll be expected to uphold the highest standards of honesty, integrity, and moral uprightness to sustain and enhance the image of Parliament and also the trust and confidence of your constituents and citizens in general. Those who really take Ghana first advance in politics than those who are extremely partisan. When you are extremely partisan, you may ascend in the regime, but in the next one, you collapse. Because you are seen to have identified yourself with one personality who might be the leader. And so after that leader, you are not relevant again.
I can tell you that the Chief of Staff, Julius Debra, has held a meeting with the Director General of the Ghana Education Service and the Chief Director of the Ministry of Education on this very vexed matter to do with the challenges regarding inadequate food and a lack of variety in terms of the food items. And I can also state authoritatively that on Monday, the Chief of Staff is going to meet with the leadership of CHAP. In the background, we've been doing a lot to try and address the immediate challenges, even as we look towards implementing the policy proposals that we presented to Ghanaians during the electioneering campaign. We are not oblivious and we are not sleeping. We are working.
Morning Show.
For decades, we have helped businesses connect with their trade partners all over the globe. From Ghana to Burkina Faso, Côte d'Ivoire, Benin, Togo, Senegal, China, Morocco, France, Netherlands, and many other countries. We have made it possible to bring Ghana to the world. We have brought small and medium businesses closer to their customers across the regions in Ghana with our SME support facilities. We have brought relief and smiles to the faces of families with our employee personal loans. With our cutting-edge technology and digital support, we take the burden of complex thinking off you, making life simple. That is who we are, as close as a partner. Bank of Africa. We are indeed the African bank with the global reach.
For over 60 years, Good Energy has served you top quality fuels. Goil brings you Super XP for a smooth ride. It is available in Goil stations nationwide. Goil Super XP is fortified with special additives which help your engine perform better and use less fuel. Goil Super XP is quality fuel, the ideal choice for most vehicles. Energize your ride with Goil Super XP. Who feel ya? Huh? Who be feel? Good energy. Yeah, yeah.
Festive season is here. You know what that means. Groceries, bills, and so many unplanned expenses. But don't panic. There's a cool new feature on Haptel you have to know about. It's called Pay Small Small. Yes, like the name says, Pay Small Small. It's Ghana's first widely and instantly available buy now, Pay Small Small service. With Pay Small Small, you can buy food, groceries, airtime, and pay all your bills without paying the full amount upfront. So this festive season, you're sorted. Pay a small fraction of what you're buying now and spread the rest into 3 weekly payments. All you need is your Ghana card to activate it and you're set. It's the perfect solution to keep your pockets in check this festive season and beyond. So don't wait. Go to your Haptel app now and choose Pay Small Small as your payment option. Haptel is everything you.
I found a partner.
Hey, Kofi, come and listen. It's the Asempa Moto promo from Imperial General. Our solid protection.
Oh, yes. For us, we will just renew our existing policy and bingo! We get our instant rewards. And now, Imperial has even made it simple for you to renew your policy. Click on the link in the renewal notification from Imperial, and your policy is done. Just sign up for a motor insurance policy with Imperial and pick up your instant rewards such as fuel coupons, airtime, gift vouchers, special souvenirs, and many more. Again, your motor insurance policy will give you an automatic 1-year life insurance. It's that simple. Just come insure your car and you are done. This promo runs till 30th April 2025. Talk to your broker, agent, or call us on 0577 667 436 for further details. You can also follow us on all our socials. T&T Supply, Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
Dear business owner, congrats on not giving up on your business. You deserve a medal, and your business deserves to be taken to the next level. In fact, it's about time you run a Zenith Bank SME account so you and your business can enjoy the perks of a Zenith SME business card. Oga and Oga Madam status.
The Zenith SME Business Card is a Visa debit card for making secure payments for goods and services. Enjoy great benefits such as free customized digital SME training, free marketing toolkits, access to Visa practical skills training, and more. Unlock the potential of your business today. Visit any Zenith Bank branch nationwide and sign up for the Zenith SME Business Card, the ultimate payment solution for SMEs. For more information, visit www.zenithbank.com.gh or call 0302 680-884 or 0307-086-370. Zenith Bank, in your best interests.
Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM. Joy 99.7 FM.
Oh, come on. I mean, I did like 30%, which is
30%.
Yes.
You didn't even do 3%.
No.
You were calling for crowd participation.
Samuel. Power and the money and the power. Minute.
Super Morning Show right here on Joy 99.7 FM. Wherever you are, we hope you're joining us. We hope you're sharing your views, your thoughts. We've got lots to talk about today. The president has been busy, which means so are we. Now, this is something he started even before he came to office. He set up a team to receive information on oral. Now, the team has started sharing information on oral. Na eno they are some about
from our mandate, we are preparatory. So being preparatory, our mandate doesn't involve actual recovery of the loot. That will be in the second stage. Okay. But at least there are examples of people who say they are returning. Do you remember the example of the NIB boss who says, okay, yesterday we went, oral team, we went to the Agric Extension land around
the NDA, the National Northern Development Authority.
This one, NIB, National Investigative Bureau. Okay. Former BNI.
Yes.
The boss. Yeah, he said, because of the advocacy Okujeto was doing on it, and he just called Okujeto and said, listen, at least that's what Honorable Okujeto said. He said, I'm returning my land. I'm no longer interested. Leave me out of this. Yesterday we went to that place. Then,
so he's returned the land that...
Yes, he says he's no longer interested. NIB boss, Atubra, I know Atubra a bit personally. Yeah, that's what Honorable Okujeto said. That Atubra says he's no longer interested in the land. Yesterday we visited that land. Yesterday we went to that place. We went to Labadi where the Blay brothers have taken the land from the Labadi beach.
Got my tin in my hand and the gleaming.
Oral near. You see, this is the thing. One thing is obvious. A lot of people are very, very keen on this oral thing working. The idea of recovering loot really appeals to us because we've lost a lot. Right? And people have been able to get away with a lot over the years, and we just want it to stop. So if a president promises that he's going to recover loot, it is such an attractive promise, right? And the president, at the time president-elect, was really, really keen to get started on it. So what he did was he set up this team, and he's yet to explain the rationale behind the people he put on the team. But the idea was that these guys are to receive information that will help with this oral effort. Now, from the minute this team was put together, many people, including myself, started to ask a few questions about whether it wouldn't be better for this to have been done a bit more, with a bit more legitimacy behind it. If he was president, and then he set up an inquiry through the existing state structures, would that not yield better result? After all, he has said that the previous president has not used these state structures well, and he is better. So why doesn't he just come along and use them better to achieve the same goal of recovering the loot, which is what we all want? Anyway, he set up the team. I was worried about potential excesses, and now we're seeing an example of what could be a problem. Martin Pebu says, Ukujeta Ablakwa says, somebody says he's going to return land. Now the person says, I never said anything. Ukujeta Ablakwa says, oh, you did. I have documents to prove it. So now it's back and forth. Meanwhile, no legal process has been carried out. No investigation has been carried out. But someone is now at the center of a scandal. And majority of those who have heard the details believe that the person did something wrong. Is that not something that could have been avoided by simply making use of the state institutions that already exist?
Which state institution?
Like Parliament.
No, people have mentioned
like Parliament. No. Listen. If you say
OSP,
you are better at governance, then be better at governance. Come and use those same structures better.
Yes, but he explained that their work is preparatory.
Yeah.
I don't even
so
see
does
that.
that include going out to mention people's names?
So
Is that all preparatory?
Yes, he can actually mention the name. If I feel wrong by my name being mentioned, I'll take him on. And people are available to do that.
But
People
Raymond,
have
you
proper
know that
records
once
to do
your
that.
name is mentioned, you can't unring the bell.
In any case, they have actually published a list of things that you're actually dealing with already.
Yes.
In any case, so names are on that list.
It's all part of what I'm telling you.
Oh, so if I sit here, hold on, I'm not mandated by the state. If I sit here and I come this morning, if this company actually says that we have investigated this matter and put it out there, which is some of the issues you are receiving anyway, what's the point?
No.
Does that necessarily make it anything wrong? Does that take any what they call it legitimacy out of the process?
Raymond, that's the reason why people go to court to injunct us when we are about to come out with stories, not because what we are doing is wrong, but because once we do it, the effect cannot be undone. Which is why we, as a media house, take so much care in our investigations before we come out.
Yes.
Now, if we get it wrong, the consequences are dire.
Yes, but I'm not sure I get your point on.
That's the reason why
yes,
it would have been better and safer for the president to have used an institution that has checks and balances, that also has potential outcomes that can result in investigation. If you set up a committee, Raymond, you and I know that once a person appears before a committee or a commission and comes to give evidence, that evidence, what can you do with it? Can you prosecute them with it?
Again, I'm not sure why you have a difficulty with this preparatory part you are not understanding. I am saying that so if he formed it as a cabinet, let's say the cabinet of John Dramani Mahama, president-elect, is intending to actually look into these matters. Anybody with information, bring it to them. What's the difficulty with that? If anybody puts anything out there and I am offended by that conduct, I have recourse to any procedure that I want to do so. It doesn't in any way detract from and again, please, this state institution conversation, we all know that if people truly want to deal with, and these state institutions, they know the issues that mostly have been done. For example, investigations, for example, from the 4th estate that was submitted to them, everybody in this country knew about it. Which state institution took it up? You get my point. But yet, the same grouping got the same information, and any leader desirous of fighting corruption the way it ought to be fought and recovering the loot the way they have designed it can have processes. I think it's too early. In fact, it is too early in the day for people to have a problem with a committee sitting and merely receiving data.
But they are not merely receiving. They are also putting out information.
So whereas,
and I'm saying, how is it different from anybody putting out information?
So largely, I agree with you, right? But the other point is, will going public with evidence that you receive resolve the issue? Would it bring justice? Would it return the loots, for instance? Because ultimately, that's what we're looking
at. If they go public with it, and I have further and better information I can supply. I did not think that this matter is even on the table, and Raymond, I did not know about it. I can help them with that.
Raymond,
I do not think, and that's what sometimes we do in this republic. We nitpick small problems when the main issue is never dealt with, and come back 4, 5, 8 years later. So, we've not dealt with this plethora of issues that have been raised. It is too early. We will see whether they will be able to deliver, whether they will not deliver. We will see whether Mama can fight corruption. We will see whether indeed all of these things will result in mere naming people without doing anything about it. All of those things would happen.
Listen,
so
I
think
we will get there.
I think
you get my point.
I get your point, but I think the danger is going public when you don't know the ultimate outcome, especially when people have so much expectations.
Look, it's not even about whether something will come out of it or not. Because in order for something to come out of it, those same state institutions that you say don't do a good job will have to get involved. That's the only way for something to...
They'll not get involved.
That's the only way for something to come out of it. Anything before that is just talk. Now, the problem is that this talk has a consequence. And Raymond, I know that you know this, so I don't need to point it out to you. That when someone's reputation is put under question, that question is never sufficiently answered in their favor. Ever. No matter how many rejoinders, no matter how much recourse, no matter how many times they go to court to prove it wrong or this, that, it doesn't matter.
But could you remember that they've backed what they are saying out there with documents?
Mama V, what does that mean?
I mean, unless you're challenging the authenticity, which is
what does that mean?
Which is
when we do a story,
right.
Listen, when we
but
do a
for
story,
now,
when
it's
we do
what's
a
on the
story,
surface.
Mama V, when we do a story and we put out documents to back it, those documents are questioned. They are checked. We are supposed to prove their authenticity. We don't just get up and say a document says this. Even here on this show, I remember when we were talking about the rice and weevils matter, something that the same Okujeto.
The point I'm making is that
permit me. The same Okujeto Ablakwa brought an issue here, and we were discussing it. Rice and weevils in rice for children and all of this. There was a detail he shared that we had yet to see the documentation for. Our producers insisted that he bring that documentation before we allow that detail to be shared. And when he brought the documentation, we questioned it. We went to the source. We went to check. Is this from you? It wasn't enough for Okujeto Ablakwa to say, I have this document. It's not enough. The standard to which we expect evidence to meet before we put it out on our platform, and we are not a state institution. We are not a court of law. Even as the standards to which we expect documentation to meet before we put it out are high. So how much more someone working on behalf of the president? How much more them? So just because someone has put a document on Facebook, that means he has proved a case?
But do you have any evidence that that document does not meet the standard you're talking about?
Raymond, the point I'm making is that we will never know because he has put it out.
Yes, so I'm not even sure
what your know. So Raymond,
point is.
The point is that,
yes,
assuming that at the end of all this, it turns out that he's wrong, the damage is done.
And people have recourse.
Raymond,
hold on. See,
once the horse has bolted.
Why do we have the courts?
I don't even understand this.
Why do we have the court system?
Okay, Mama
there is a structure.
Okay, Mama B. Wait until it's your matter.
No.
Then everybody will direct you to the court.
I think that you are overthinking this. You're taking it too far.
No. We have all agreed on certain things. As a state, fight against corruption is important. In fact, it is the right investigative institutions can even on their own invade your privacy in the quest of finding information that's required for it. Now, we have all agreed that a certain level of invasion is allowed because this fight can never be fought the way we have fought it in times past. So I am willing and able. I am subjecting myself to the same processes that they will subject every Ghanaian to. If they find that there is anything connected to me in this particular space, and it turns out that they made a dangerous and a grievous error in targeting me, I can take it on or let it go in that same fight. I think that fight is far more important than anybody's private interest, whichever way it's supposed to be. And I'm not saying we should go out there targeting people. And in fact, I am one of those people that says that if you put together a team that sometimes have problems with people, they may target some people. But that's why they are independent arbiters to deal with that. And that is the cost of public service anyway. That is why people choose, if you choose to be in that particular space, immediately you take away that protection you claim to have had when you are sitting in some corner. And that is real. Yeah. And we should not use any excuses, any form of.
And this is a public
And again,
officer.
I'm insisting this is too early even for such a conversation anyway.
But let me remind you that being a public service does not remove your protection from being falsely accused.
Yes, but where's the claim of false accusation here?
The man himself says that what they are saying is false.
In fact, virtually everybody in this republic, when they are accused, they say it's false.
That is the reason why. That is the reason why we have institutions. So that people won't just get up.
But who says that
they're accusing people?
But from what I have read,
all right, okay.
For the disagreements was whether or not somebody, whether or not the man in question spoke to Ablakwa.
Yes.
And after the release of the evidence as they have it, what they put out, I'm not sure we've heard from him, have we?
So what does that mean? What does any of that mean?
That
the man is guilty?
No. Nobody has. Nobody has.
Then why mention that he hasn't responded?
Nobody has pronounced the guilt
because
on
false
anyone.
accusation is not what is being discussed.
That's
what
we are
you claim.
saying.
But the man says he's being falsely
accused. It's nothing
accused.
that has come up.
The man says he's being falsely accused. That's what he says. That's his statement.
I think what we are doing is not to resolve the issue. The issue is out there before the committee. Let them do their work.
Anyway, this is not about just what we think. It's about what you think. Use the hashtag JoySMS when you post on this. We certainly want to share your views and thoughts. Want everyone to know what you're thinking. This is the main issue we're discussing today on the Super Morning Show. So get involved.
Joy, joy, joy. Sunshine and joy in the morning time. Wake up to the Super Morning Show. Yeah. Wake up to joy. Joy in the morning. Yeah. If you're turning on your radio, go for some joy in the morning. On the Super Morning Show.
Welcome to the Joy Super Morning Show.
Alrighty then. So listen, if you are wondering where to hold your strategy planning meetings, your board sessions, your staff retreats, there's only one venue, and it's Safari Valley Resort. Think of the green, serene environment, the accessibility, the meeting room capacity, the flow and layout of space, the room flexibility, the quality of equipment, the staff, and of course the first-class catering services. It's got to be Safari Valley Resort as your first choice. Call Safari Valley Resort on 0596 914 394. Safari Valley, bringing you closer to nature.
And the University of Ghana Business School has opened applications for its 1-year Sandwich Masters programs. The programs on offer are MSc, Accounting and Finance, Clinical Leadership and Management, Financial Risk Management, Forensic Accounting and Fraud Examination, Hospitality and Tourism Management, also International Business, Logistics and Transportation Management, all MSc. They also have MA in Marketing Strategy, Organizational Leadership and Governance, and MSc Procurement and Supply Chain Management, as well as MA in Public Sector Management, also MSc Public Financial Administration and Tax Policy and Finance. Potential applicants and the general public are especially invited to the virtual information session for our postgraduate programs on Thursday, January 16, 2025 at 4 p.m. The link for the information session can be found on all University of Ghana Business School social media platforms. For more inquiries, kindly visit the UGBS website on ugbs.ug.edu.gh or call 059 550 8270.
Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is organizing this end of year furniture promotional sales. It started last year, but they are magnanimous enough to extend it to this year too. So, Mama V, I know you have not bought, and this new year you need new furniture. Everybody knows that. So, up to 15% on all furniture at their furniture shops. But let's look at these shops. In Tema, it's near Community 4. At the head office, Akweje. In Takra, this Market Circle. Cape Coast University Bookshop. Sprinters Road is near APSA. And also, when you go to Atomic, it's at the Center Point Mall. And whenever is the University Campus, but in Kumasi, you can do it at K University or Santasi. You can also shop online at kingdomstoreonline.com. There is enough, but hurry while stocks last because my hobby is in a race for it. For further inquiries, contact us on the following number 05016208810 or 0302764101 or email us at info@kingdomgh.com. Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, where quality and affordability are assured. Terms and conditions apply.
All right, Ghana, let's talk water tanks. Did you know the secret to real water storage? It's simple. If your tank doesn't have the tortoise on it, then it's not the correct tank. That's right. The tortoise tank, Syntex tank, is the champion of water tanks. It is strong, it's durable, and it's built to handle our Ghanaian weather. Rain or shine, Syntex tank has your back. So maybe we'll go outside, check your tank, and if it doesn't have a tortoise on it, it's time to upgrade. Join the Syntex tank family today and enjoy water storage that is tough like a tortoise. Call 0244-335-168 to buy now or find one of their 400 agents across the country. You can also shop online at syntexgh.com. Syntex tank, a strong, a tough.
And from the dreams of youth to the ambitions of adulthood, wherever you are on your journey, starting a career, building a family, growing a business, or planning your future, we are here for your journey. Every goal deserves the chance to flourish, and with hard work, dedication, and a strong belief in yourself, the seed of greatness is within reach. So trust in the journey and understand that Fidelity Bank is with you every step of the way. Together, let's turn your dreams into reality. We're here for your journey. Fidelity Bank, believe with us.
Now, we'll wait for December where we can bring some Christmas cheer to you. And they did it, and it's still happening now. So the last day of this month, January, where people are suffering in this republic, it's the Brilliant Loop Bay Special is still happening. No, it started from the 1st of November. Go to the Liberation Road, the Tesano, Dakuman, and there's also the Link Road, Sakuman or Farah Avenue, Oxford Street, Community One Stadium, and Aprem, the Total Energy service stations. All that you need to do is change your engine while you're there, and you get a free elite car wash to keep your ride sparkling. It's like giving your car a holiday makeover, complete holiday makeover. So while preparing to hit the road, make sure your vehicle is ready for the new year too. For more details and updates, visit our website, totalenergiesgh.com. Follow us on social media at Total Energies Ghana, on Twitter at Total Energy GH, and also on Instagram on the same Total Energy GH, and participate in the Brilliant Loop Bay Special.
Okay then, so conferencing does not have to be the same boring routine. The location for your next conference can be both result-centered and relaxing. Aqua Safari Resort gives you the best of this, of course, best of both worlds and more. Let them take the stress out of your process. Just call them on 054-011-0190 and watch your conferences and events effortlessly taken care of.
And First Sky Group is celebrating 22 years, and as part of their anniversary, a 22nd anniversary Thanksgiving service themed Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love will be held this Sunday, January 19, 2025 at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center at 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Stephen Yenisom Wengam, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana. Also Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, Presiding Bishop, the Methodist Church, Ghana, will be the chair for the occasion, among other revered men and women of God also in attendance. Ministering in song will be MOG Music and others. The general public is invited to this anniversary Thanksgiving on Sunday, this Sunday, January 19. Contact 020-854-3441 or 0248-94002 for further details.
Now, Imperial brings you the Asempa Motor promo. From now till the 30th of April, you went big with Imperial General with the Asempa Motor promo. Yes, it's good news. Renew your existing policy or sign up for a motor insurance policy from the Imperial General and win handsome rewards. Yes, it's instant. Just insure and pick your rewards. That's, you can get fuel coupons, gift vouchers, special souvenirs, and many more. Imperial has made your renewal process simple. Just click on the link in the renewal notification message from Imperial and follow the prompt, and bingo, your renewal is done. And here is the big deal. Imperial is also giving you a free 1-year insurance as part of your motor insurance. So get it double from Imperial General. Call us today, 0577-687-436, or talk to your broker or any of our agents across the country for further details. You can also follow us on all our socials. Terms and conditions apply. Imperial General Assurance, solid protection.
All right, stay with us. More coming up, including sports and birthdays after these.
If home is where the heart is, then let's go home, shall we? Let's go where the entertainment is, where the passion is, where the laughter is, and sometimes even the tears too. Let's go where we feel safe enough to share our opinions
and send tweets,
where we do that embarrassing little dance to our favorite song. Let's go home where the love, the care, and the joy live.
There's no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
Imagine a world where your home or business is powered by the sun's boundless energy. Picture your rooftop transformed into a solar sanctuary, radiating with eco-friendly vibes and city-saving brilliance. Well, dream no more. With Standard Chartered's renewable energy loans, you can turn this dream into a dazzling reality. And guess what? Our renewable energy loans come at very low rates. That's right, we are not just offering loans, we are offering the keys to your solar-powered kingdom. Say goodbye to high electricity bills and step into a new world where every watt generated is a step towards a brighter, more sustainable future. So if you're ready to take control of your energy destiny and switch to solar today, give us a shout on any of the following phone lines: 050-153-5789, 050-153-5790, 0244-674154. Let's chart a course for a brighter tomorrow and make your solar dreams shine brighter than ever before. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Yafini gave us the vibe. Now, Inshona Chile makes you thrive.
Yes, so it's time to enjoy, Charlie. Buy or renew your motor insurance and boom! Free fuel coupons and airtime for your sweat. Who don't like enjoyment?
From January to June 2025, Enterprise Insurance gives you more reasons to smile on the road. Insure today and enjoy free fuel coupons for your car and airtime for your phone.
Free fuel? Airtime too? Hey! Enterprise Insurance, always your advantage.
Insure not Chile. It's simple. Insure and enjoy. Ready to secure your peace of mind and experience the fastest claims payment? Visit any of our branches or agency outlets nationwide. Connect with your insurance broker or enjoy the convenience of buying your insurance online through the Enterprise Advantage app today. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage.
All right, birthday messages on the Super Morning Show are brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Bank of Africa, the African bank with global reach. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. We'll bring you the birthdays later. But right now, we can get straight into the Joy Sports Center. Brought to you by MTN. Everywhere you go. And Standard Chartered Bank, here for good. Not forgetting that if it's football you want, they've got it all on DSTV. All the leagues, all the cups, all the matches live in HD. This season promises to be exciting. DSTV, your home of entertainment.
All right. You who love MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience that is MTN Free After One Extra. With MTN Free After One Extra, you can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minutes, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. If you like what you hear, well, you also get 50 megabytes of data for free after your first call daily. So you see, now that's the time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe to MTN Free After One Extra today, just dial *550# *550# and follow the prompts.
As the new year begins, it's essential to take the right steps towards achieving financial stability. The start of the new year is the perfect opportunity to set your financial goals and start on the right path. An input from a professional can make a difference. As Standard Chartered Wealth Management Limited Company, you have access to a wide range of investment options that offer you monthly and yearly interest payments through diversified investment portfolios. Call us on 0233-000041 or 0200127755 or visit us on the 4th floor of the Opebia House, Accra, here at Airport today, and speak with our certified investment advisors on what options suit your financial objectives and risk appetite. Standard Chartered, here for good.
Here for sports, Raymond, good morning to you and to all of our listeners. Welcome aboard to the Joy Sports Center with me, Victor Wachu Tamaklu. Coming up.
Oh, you saw it coming. You saw it coming. Kai Havertz has had one of those days. And he has failed again from the penalty spot. Trixie does it! And Manchester United, against the odds, have produced a memorable FA Cup victory here in North London.
Resilient 10-man Manchester United kick faltering Arsenal out of the FA Cup. Also in this bulletin.
And all of a sudden they become very hard to stop. Meanwhile, however, here's Rafinha clean through on goal. Can he make it 5? Rafinha makes it 5-1 to Football Club Barcelona. Unbelievable.
Another Clásico, another humiliating defeat at the hands of Barcelona. Real Madrid, they lost out on the Spanish Super Cup, this time in Saudi Arabia. You've got details of these stories and more to come in the next 10 minutes. But first, President John Dramani Mahama has, through an executive instrument, reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23. In doing so, youth has been decoupled from the sports ministry. It is now the Ministry for Sports and Recreation, while youth moves to the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. So, what necessitated this decision? Well, here's President Mahama explaining what he intended to achieve with this during his campaign before the elections.
We're going to separate youth from sports because it's a youth and sports ministry. But over the years, what we know is that the concentration is just on sports. And even on sports, the concentration is just on the Black Stars. My vision for this ministry will be that it will focus on mainstreaming youth interest in all sectors of the economy. It will focus on mainstreaming youth interest in all sectors of the economy. But most of all, it will concentrate on rolling out strategies that will create jobs for young people.
Moving on, 8 Ghana Premier League and Division 1 clubs each have progressed to the last 16 of the MTN FA Cup after the run of 32 matches were cleared over the weekend. Defending champions in Swatreman FC were kicked out 4-3 on penalties by Young Apostles after the game ended goalless. 2023 winners Dreams FC were also eliminated by a lower tier side True Democracy, who won by a goal to 0. In Tema. Accra Lions were the other Premier League side who were kicked out of the competition following a 5-3 penalty shootout loss to Nani FC after the game ended goalless in 90 minutes on Saturday. Record holders Accra Hearts of Oak, they scored 3 second-half goals to beat Home Stars by 3-0 at the Legon Stadium. Kumasi Asante Kotoko also sailed through to the round of 16 with a 2-0 win over Accelerates FC. 3 players from Asante Kotoko youth team featured in that game. Head coach of Kotoko, Prosper Natiogum, says he's looking forward to giving more young players opportunities in the future.
With respect to the youth team players, I think it was a good platform for them to showcase what they are capable of doing. They did well. I'm sure as we give them similar or same opportunities to exhibit what they have in them, it will boost their confidence, it will boost their determination to work harder at training and get more playing time when such opportunities come.
Kumasi Asante Kotoko making light work of Accelerate FC. For Mediama Sporting Club, things were not as smooth for them. They were made to work hard for a 4-2 penalty shootout win by Nsiupon Fidelity after the game ended 1-1 in normal time. In the other games, Bechem United beat Nations FC by a goal to 0 at home to progress. Kerala United, they is past TF Exponential with a 4-1 win to secure a spot in the last 16, while Bibiani Gold Stars ended Basake Holy Stars dreams of qualification by a goal to 0 in that game yesterday. Meanwhile, in Cape Coast, the track and field events will begin today in the ongoing Gusa Games at the University of Cape Coast. Joseph Ahinga Walter has a wrap of the events from the weekend.
In lawn tennis, KNUST's Tracy Ampa, the reigning Women's All-African University Games champion, dominated the court, winning gold in both singles and doubles. Laurentia Agobia claimed silver and bronze. In the men's competition, UCC secured gold with a straight 2-0 victory over KNUST. Over to basketball, where UCC's Wildcats demolished UMAT with a staggering 112-29 win, while UDS overwhelmed UHAS, finishing with an incredible 150-25 scoreline. In men's football, UDS delivered a commanding 5-1 victory over Unima, while KNUST and UES secured 1-0 victories against UEW and GCTU, respectively. The University of Ghana proved unstoppable in goal balls, winning gold in both men's and women's categories. Later today, athletics kicks off with the 400 meters finals and 100 meters heats.
Let's go to Europe now, where it was a good weekend for Ghanaian players abroad. Here's a wrap by Ademu Benin Abdul Karim.
Mohamed Salisu scored his first Ligue 1 goal to secure a point for Monaco in a 2-2 draw against Nantes on Friday. Also in France, Andre Ayew scored his second consecutive goal for Le Havre as they suffered a 2-1 loss to Lens. Antoine Semenyo came off the bench to score and provide an assist, leading Bournemouth to a 5-1 win over West Brom and securing their place in the fourth round of the FA Cup. Kamaldeen Sulemana scored his first competitive goal for Southampton in over 19 months, guiding them to a 3-0 win over Swansea to progress in the FA Cup. Midfielder Salis Abdul Samad made his Sunderland debut in a 2-1 FA Cup defeat to Stoke City, nearly 5 months after joining the Championship club in the summer.
So about 6 Ghanaian players participating in the FA Cup over the weekend. Speaking of which, Joshua Zexi scored the winning penalty as a 10-man Man United side beat Arsenal by 5-3 in a thrilling encounter to reach the 4th round of the FA Cup. The game ended 1-1 after extra time. United had to play more than 60 minutes of that game with 10 men after Diego Dallo was sent off in the 59th minutes of the second half. Speaking after the game, Arsenal boss Mikel Arteta again refused to admit that his team needs a striker after they missed a plethora of chances.
I understand, guys, that, but I cannot love our players more, and I very much focus in the ones that we have to perform at the highest level. That's it. The rest is not in our hands, in my hands. We didn't get what we deserve, clearly, but there is an element that is about putting the ball in the back of the net. They did it once, and with the amount of situations, chances, penalties that we had, we didn't, and we go home extremely sad.
Meanwhile, United manager Ruben Amorim, he paid tribute to Altay Bayender for his 2 penalty saves.
Really important, not just for them, but for all the players. Your life as a footballer has cycles and moments, and sometimes in 1 week, your life can change. And you can see Altay. Against Tottenham, everybody was pointing the finger for Altay, and I understand that. And today, he was our hero also.
United will now face Leicester City in the 4th round of the FA Cup, while Chelsea take on Brighton after beating Morecambe by 5-0. Tottenham Hotspur, who scraped past Tamworth with a 3-0 win in extra time, will now face Aston Villa. Man City, they'll face either Leyton Orient or Derby after thrashing Salford City by 8-0. In Saudi Arabia, 10-man Barcelona came from behind to beat Real Madrid by 5-2 in an incident-packed Spanish Super Cup final, lifting the trophy for a record-extending 15th title. It marked the second time in 2 Clásicos under Flick that Barcelona have hit plenty of goals against their rivals, winning by 4-0, I think about 4 months ago in La Liga. Yes, a proud Barca manager, Hansi Flick.
Yeah, first of all, I can say I'm very proud. I'm proud for the team, I'm proud for the staff, for the club, for the fans, for everyone, who is with Barca, because I think this today was an unbelievable match for the fans, for everyone who was there in the stadium. For the coaches, not so much, but at the end, it's really fantastic. And
yeah, Hansi Flick there speaking after Barcelona dismantled Real Madrid. Yesterday, a good friend said, why do Real Madrid bother at all to turn up to face Barcelona, knowing there's only one outcome? That's how we end the Joy Sports Center. Back to you, Mama V.
All right, thank you, Victor Achutamaklo. But that's how we welcome Uncle Abel White, who's joining us for Food for Thoughts. Uncle, good morning. My sincere apologies.
Gorgeous, good morning. How are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you. And apologies for starting Food for Thoughts a bit late today.
Oh, I was waiting for the Barcelona Real Madrid results. So
this was some thrashing.
Yeah, but Victor is wicked. Why does he say that? Why does Real Madrid bother to show up? Victor. Victor, don't do them like that. Don't hit anyone when he's down. Well, gorgeous.
Yes,
we have heard the word reset a lot lately.
Yes.
Mostly from the new president, His Excellency Ababio John Mahama. He used it in his campaign and he used it in his inaugural speech It sounds like a new word used to describe what it means to vote out one government and vote in another. But the concept of voting or elections as a tool for resetting the affairs and direction of Ghana has been with us for some time. I remember that during the 2000 elections, reset was phrased in Ghana as let someone go and let someone come, that's all. And in Akan, the reset was stated as examine your situation and vote accordingly. So for the Fourth Republic, Ghana has had the chance to reset 9 times, with the latest reset seeing the return of a former president, seeing the first female vice president, and seeing a parliament with a very clear majority. It is the great and desperate hope of many Ghanaians that this reset will bring a shift in our priorities as a nation and a better life for all Ghanaians. This morning, however, I want us to consider what if there was a reset of a different kind. Make it a reset of your life. What would a reset of your life look like? Too many of us live as if the circumstances of our lives are inevitable and beyond our control. We operate as if we are mere victims of the caprices of life. That is not the case. Yes, it is true that as human beings, there is a lot that is beyond our control, but there is also a lot that is within our control. For instance, we do not control the weather. We do not control the families into which we were born, but we also control a lot that determines the kind of life we would have. Most of what goes on in our lives, we have allowed to go on. We are not victims. We are the enablers of whatever circumstances we find ourselves in. When we see ourselves as victims, we only allow those things we need to change to stay and hinder our advancement in life. Now, imagine a democratic nation that is being very badly and corruptly governed. Everyone is complaining. Life is unbearable for most. The elections come and the people go to the polls and vote to retain the same government that is causing them so much pain and hardship. I'm sure that if you are friends with someone from such a nation and he complains to you that life is so hard, you will let him know that he cannot get any sympathy from you because he and his compatriots had the chance to change the government and they failed to do so. For many people, that is the situation in their lives. They hate their current circumstances. But when they have the chance to change things, they choose to let things remain as they have always been. And then they complain that life is hard and not worth living. This morning I ask you, are you like a nation that gets a chance to change or reset the way it is governed by choosing to keep the status quo? Let me break it down. Take the job you are doing. You hate your job. You hate the conditions of service. You hate the environment in which you work. But whenever you are presented with an opportunity to apply for a new job, you choose not to do so. You have no interest in taking any courses to add value to yourself, and you do nothing about acquiring new skills to enhance your value in the marketplace. In such a situation, you are like a country that is being governed badly, but you vote back the same government that is failing you. Take the case of relationships. You are not happy in your relationship. You don't feel respected and valued. You are enduring a lot of abuse and infidelity, and yet you have ruled out the option of walking away, and you cry every day and lament that your relationship is terrible. You are like a country that is retaining the very government that is making life unbearable for the citizens. You don't like your physical condition, and yet you refuse to make any changes to your lifestyle. You continue to endure the feeling of inadequacy and insecurity when all it takes is to go to the gym or start doing some exercises or change your diet and your lifestyle. I can go on with the examples, but the point is we need to exercise our power to change the things we can change in our lives when we can. When we fail to exercise our power to make those changes, then we have voted for things to remain as they are, and we have voted for our own miseries and failures. A country like Ghana goes to the polls every 4 years to exercise the power to change or retain a government. Most people wait for the end of the year to make New Year resolutions, which are an attempt at resetting their lives. And I say attempt because most New Year resolutions do not last past the first month of the year. An individual is not a nation and does not need to wait till the end of 4 years. For an individual, thank God, every day presents an opportunity at resetting whatever we are not happy with in our lives. It may just be as little as just talking about it with those involved, like letting your partner know that things ought to change in your relationship. It may be as small as just sending in that application or going to buy those forms for a course of study at the university. Or it may be as big as resigning from one job for another or ending a relationship that has become toxic for you. Whatever it is, you just have to wake up to the fact that you have the power to reset your life and your circumstances. The question is, will you use that power and use it wisely? I challenge you today to review your life and your circumstances and exercise the power to reset your life. And God willing, on Thursday, I shall bring you more on how to reset your life for 2025. Until then, stay blessed and gorgeous. That's my presentation for this morning.
A challenge for us to reset our lives. Exercise your power to make a change now.
Now. You are not a country. Don't wait for 4 years.
That's powerful, Uncle Ibo White. With that challenge this morning, and thankfully it's coming at the beginning of the week.
That's right, yes.
Yeah, you can do something new today.
So let's do it. Let's do it so we can all smile. We can all have a better life.
Absolutely.
And Victor will ask us, why do we bother to wake up every day?
You sound like a Real Madrid fan.
Unfortunately, I'm one of those people who can watch a game and just enjoy the game because I have chosen not to support any team.
Okay, all right.
Yes, I've chosen not to support. What I do is that there are people I wish well. So, for instance, I can watch a match. In this match, I was wishing that Lamine would do well.
Right.
On the other side. But at the same time, I was also wishing that Vinicius would shine.
Okay. All right. So
and so for me, I can watch a match and no matter the results, walk away because football won.
Okay.
And football is beautiful.
All right.
And that has always been my situation. So I have a very happy life.
It's always a win-win for you.
It's always a win-win for me.
Uncle, thank you so much for food for thought this morning. Please have a good week.
You too. Have a fantastic week.
All right. Thank you. Uncle Ibo White will be back, God willing, on Thursday for another Food for Thought. As always brought to us by Roverman Productions. Be the difference. Let's bring you our fuel station tips, which is brought to us by Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, Shipping Policy, Advancing Industry Standards. Your tip for today says, stay calm during emergencies. In case of an emergency such as fire or spill, remain calm and follow instructions from staff or emergency responders without panicking. Your composure can help facilitate a safer evacuation if necessary. Stay calm during emergencies. That's your tip for today. Is your fuel station tip, brought to us by Chamber of Oil Marketing Companies, Shipping Policy, Advancing Industry Standards. It brings us to exactly 8 a.m. And here's the Business Minutes, which is brought to us by Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you, Anointed Engineering Services, the Generator Experts, and Pinnacle Life Insurance. More for your smile.
Good morning and welcome to the Joy Business Minutes, brought to you by Consolidated Bank. We stand with you. Anointed Electrical, the Generator Experts, and build free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy. Demand for dollars by businesses has picked up strongly again for the first month of this year. The development has put some renewed pressure on the Ghana cedi since last week. The country could be saving about 9.1 million cedis a year as total salaries for all their ministers and their deputies for a year. That is, if President John Mahama goes ahead reducing the number of ministers from 85 to 60. And the visiting IMF management team have finally completed their engagement with government on their economic policies and proposed program review. And that's all for the Joy Business Minute, brought to you by Consolidated Bank. We stand with you. Anointed Electrical Generator Expert and build-free solar hybrid air conditioners, superior cooling with lower energy.
Super Morning Show. Keep this frequency clear. 99.7.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup and Joy on the set. The Super Morning Show is always the best bet on Joy 99.7 FM.
It's the Super Morning Show. Today is Monday. You just heard there the Business Minutes. We're grateful always to our friends at Consolidated Bank Ghana, CBG. We stand with you. Also, Anointed Engineering Services, the Generator Expert, and Pinnacle Life Insurance. More for your smile. And here's one from Pinnacle Life Insurance. Pinnacle is asking, what makes you smile? Is it time with loved ones, pursuing your passions, or simply enjoying life's little moment? Well, at Pinnacle Life Insurance, we believe that life insurance should do more than just protect your family's financial future. It should actually also help you live your best life now. Our policies offer comprehensive coverage, living benefits, and rewards to help you make the most of today, because we think of wealth differently. At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we provide solutions that give you more for your smile, more time, more freedom, more joy. For more information on our policies, call us on 0501 451 400 or visit pinnaclelifeinsurance.com.gh. Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile. And Anointed Engineering Services Limited, they are into the sales of ultra-silent, fuel-efficient diesel generating sets, size ranging from 5 kVA to 3,000 kVA at competitive prices. So for every generator you acquire at Anointed, you will enjoy 5 years warranty, and they also undertake maintenance and repairs of all kinds of diesel generating sets. So you may not necessarily be buying a brand new generator, but you already have a generator that needs maintenance, servicing, some sort of repairs. They will do it for you. Services including but not limited to the following: 24-hour emergency services, sale of genuine spare parts, reliable rental services, professional advice, and sales of tower lights and rental. So you can check out their latest branches if you are in Bibiani, Petroji, opposite Bethel School Junction on the main Bibiani Kumasi Highway. Also in Techiman at X-Oil Filling Station on the main Techiman Kumasi Highway. But their head office is right here in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway. It's near the Odoko traffic light. They have in all 18 branches across the country, and they also have a training school that trains students on generators and plant, auto mechanics, electricals and controls, and solar installations. They offer 80% hands-on training and 20% theory. Call their hotlines on 0243 480 334 or 0243 690 295. Anointed, the generator experts. Social media messages on the Super Morning Show, brought to you by EcoBank. A better way, a better Africa.
Now, don't be scammed this new year, right? Because we know that it's difficult to come by money. Fraud activities are on the increase as scammers continue to target customers of various banks through phone calls, text messages, and emails to get customers to divulge sensitive information such as your password, your PIN, your card information, your CVV, OTP, and other personal details like Mama's age. Their ultimate goal is to steal your money EcoBank wishes to advise all customers to be extra vigilant and never trust any phone calls, text messages, or emails from any person posing as an EcoBank staff and assisting customers to update their bank details. Some of them give you the impression that EcoBank will be calling you to ask you for your account or card details, or help you link your Ghana card to your bank account, or offer unsolicited assistance. So they just prepare your mind for the actual fraudulent person. They are working together. Beware, as these fraudsters will try to gain your trust and persuade you to give out your personal or account details. Protect yourself by never sharing sensitive details with anyone claiming to represent EcoBank. You always have to remember that 1, bank account details can only be updated at an EcoBank branch. 2, EcoBank mobile app can only be upgraded at the App Store or Play Store. 3, linking your Ghana card to your EcoBank account is at any EcoBank branch or ecobank.com. Do not share your password, the PIN, the OTP, the card information, or any other personal information with anyone, whether remotely or face-to-face. Never give the 16 digits or any number on your card, bank card, to anyone. Avoid any calls or messages that request you to click a link, and that's perhaps the most dangerous part. You might see it, you don't even know the content. You'll be tempted to feel that opening it is what gives you the information. Don't even delete it. Yes, that's the key word I actually want to. Yes, don't be tempted to click on it. Okay, phishing happens. Report any suspicious SMS, email, or phone call to the EcoBank contact center and delete such messages at once. When in doubt or feeling secure, call EcoBank contact center on 0800 00 3225. Toll free to, yes, that's a toll free number, 0800 00 3225. And this is a general caution: avoid pornographic sites. Okay, they steal your information. You understand me? Yes. The other time there was some survey that suggests that it's one of the top 10 places that Ghanaians visit a lot. Please avoid it. They steal your information. Okay,
it's coming from a very experienced Raymond.
No, wait.
Morning Show.
EcoBank Mobile, they make me say, oh yeah. EcoBank Mobile, they make me crazy. Download it and use it. It gon' make your life so easy, yeah. Oh yeah. Download it, you gon' enjoy it. In my Brahmin check. In my Brahmin check. Come make a download them for you. Cause you can pay bills, you can buy credit, you can pay school fees, even church tights with the Apple. EcoBank Apple. Life is easy with the EcoBank mobile app. You can pay your bills, transfer to and from mobile wallet, virtual card creation, transfer to other banks, express account opening, scan and pay, express cash, all at your fingertips with the EcoBank mobile app. You know, it's 5-star life with EcoBank. Can promise.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town.
So you know that from our mandate, we are preparatory. So being preparatory, our mandate doesn't involve actual recovery of the loot. That will be in the second stage. Okay. But at least there are examples of people who say they are returning. Do you remember the example of the NIB boss who says, okay, you know, yesterday we went, all right, team, we went to the Agric Extension land around
the NDA, the National Northern Development Authority.
This one, NIB, National Investigative Bureau.
Okay.
Former BNI.
Yes.
The boss. Yeah, he said, you know, because of the advocacy Okujeto was doing on it, and he just called Okujeto and said, listen, at least that's what Honorable Okujeto said. He said, I'm returning my land. I'm no longer interested. Leave me out of this. Yesterday we went to that place. Then,
so he's returned the land that...
Yes, he says he's no longer interested. NIB boss, Atubra. I know Atubra a bit personally. Yeah, that's what Honorable Okujeto said. That Atubra says he's no longer interested in the land. Yesterday we visited that land. Yesterday we went to that place. We went to Labadi where the Blade brothers have taken the land from the Labadi beach.
Super Morning Show.
We have a challenge currently with feeding students in secondary schools, as the Ghana Education Service insisted that schools must reopen on the 3rd of January, contrary to the advice of the Conference of Heads of Assisted Secondary Schools. As a stopgap measure, I've asked the Chief of Staff to work with the Ghana Education Service to allocate and evacuate food that is currently held in warehouses in Tema. This food was imported by the outgone government in response to the drought that occurred last year.
We were heavy on the subject about secondary schools not having enough food. The president has come in with a solution.
Is it enough to fill the gap, or it's a 1, 2, 3 or a week problem? How long would it take to release these foods? Because it's okay. So they say the chief of staff is supposed to meet a group, but this is as we all agree, an immediate reaction. The elephant is still in the room. The elephant is about sustainable funding for this program.
Isn't that the long term?
No, every time we defer it. Introduction of the program, we defer the conversation.
What, but for a new government?
Midstream, we defer the
for
conversation.
For a new government?
No review. And I'm asking this thing, I've asked it for almost 8 years, Kojo. Remember me saying there used to be something called the National Education Sector Annual Review. All participants in the sector met sometimes at La Pam. I don't know if it's still working, but
you used to participate in that.
Yes, a lot.
Yeah, but what seriously, what do you expect a new government to do?
Avi, I'm saying that we should not pretend that every day we are doing firefighting. You get what I'm trying to say? And there's no holiday for John Dramani Mahama's government. Please, we are expecting, as a matter of urgency, a conversation that deals more importantly with the root cause of this problem.
Raymond, not to take us back, but it sounds like you are saying that we have existing structures which the president, having been president before, should be aware of and should be able to make use of.
No.
It sounds like you are saying
I'm not saying that at all.
It also sounds
when
like
he
you are
was president,
saying
there was no free SHS.
No, I'm saying that no. Hold on, Kojo.
But there was education.
Yes, Kojo. I'm not proposing
which was
any existing
reviewed
structure.
regularly.
No, I get you. I'm saying that yes, that review afforded us the opportunity to know where we are, where the difficulties are, and fix them ahead of time.
An existing structure.
But in this case, I've had a solution directed towards fixing the immediate problem. And I think it's a wonderful one if you can fix the problem.
Yes.
Are you hearing me clearly?
I can hear you.
Brilliant. But I'm saying let's not make this the end of the conversation until 3 months' time. In February, the Form 2s will go back to school. We do not want to hear more students are now in school, so there's no food to feed them. Do you get my point? So between now and that time, an immediate need is fixing the original problem.
Is that not what the president is doing by diverting that imported food to the schools?
No, I'm saying that that's a step in the right direction. But it should not blind us from not dealing with the substantive problem. And to me, it starts now. There's no leeway. There's no room for waiting. We cannot pretend that if we had a conversation properly before the commencement of the program, we would have been there. If we subsequently had the conversation and we did it during the program, we would have actually made progress, which we are still not making on that. But it is now an opportunity for us to also get back to it. How do we sustainably fund?
Yeah.
And I heard John Dramani Mahama say that there's a committee that's supposed to look at that. Sustainable fund at all levels. And I agree. At the tertiary level, there's always been a problem. They pretend that we are doing cost sharing, but they save the cost to the parent and the student and pretend that they are taking a chunk of it. When they even say that they will release subsidies or subventions, they don't release them. And vice chancellors mostly are not very strong people. If you don't have strong ones, they can't say it. So the students are the ones who take it up. Now the leadership of the student unions today are a compromised bunch of extensions of political parties. So they can't complain too. I hope you get the point.
Yeah.
So at that level too, it is our responsibility here to remind state that there is a problem And I'm saying it's at every level. For the basic level, they threw it into the gutter a long time ago. Because all of you found private schools for your children and abandoned that. So today, if I'm raising concerns about how much school feeding is happening at the basic level, you are not connected because your child is not in any of the schools. And you do not feel it. But the chunk of our population in various areas are equally being forced to look for money, take their kids to some of these schools.
The fact that my child is not there does not mean that I should be removed from the realities there.
Okay. I'm happy that I can identify the situation. It does not affect you. Yes. Now I'm talking generally about fixing it holistically.
Yeah. Which I agree. I think it's a good call.
First step is good. We expected first steps, but in this republic, like we did in the National Youth Employment Program, immediately stopgap becomes a permanent solution. That we keep dilly-dallying with the stopgap until we get to where we are today. Please, we should have a comprehensive conversation. It should have started yesterday, but we've waited till today. We want to see those things happening immediately, so that we don't go into first year, second year, third year. They're not going to commence conversations.
Look, one of the things the president signaled from all the way back when he was campaigning was that he intends for this all-important program to be reviewed and improved. Improved is a word that he has used over and over and over again. True. And one of the biggest problems with free SHS is the fact that we are not feeding these kids, or we are feeding them, badly, poorly. I have no doubt that this is a matter that he intends to resolve in a sustainable way on a long-term basis. You see, when we were having this discussion earlier about oral, you reminded us that it's early days. I didn't agree at the time. But one of the issues on which I completely agree that it is early days and that we need to follow the signaling of the president is on free SHS. As long as there is an emergency solution in place, as long as the kids can get some food, I don't mind if he schedules some meeting next month for us to sit down and review the thing, as long as the kids can eat in the interim. Because as for the problems they've had to live with for the past 8 years, we can't resolve them all in 1 week. So this is one thing on which I am happy to give the president time. As long as he can demonstrate his own timelines, as long as he can tell us, okay, listen, this is when I want us to sit and talk about this. But in the interim, the kids must eat.
All right, and in line with that on upfronts, we had a former Director General of the Ghana Education Service calling on head teachers across the country to take advantage of the current environment to voice their concerns without fear of repercussions. Interesting. Few things happening today. Vetting of the president.
I'm not sure why you're saying interesting. Head teachers, mostly with master's degrees, are being advised that you can now speak up.
Well, I mean, we know that they weren't speaking up in the past.
Yes. The environment was not very friendly to them.
Degrees, they were not speaking up. And we heard their explanations in the background, behind the scenes. We heard what they said to us, that when they speak, they are victimized.
We got actually messages of people who had been transferred.
Yes. That's what they were telling us. Right. That if I speak right now, I lose my job. I live with my wife, my children in this town with my family. I work in this school. I've worked here for 25 years. This is where I'm Then I'm going to go and say something and they'll remove me and go and put me in some corner of the globe. So they were concerned.
If that's the cost to pay.
Yes.
See, the problem I have with our people is that sometimes people are not principled people in this country.
No. Face the reality.
Some people, some people died for this country to be where it is today. Let's not joke with it.
Which is appreciated.
I'm expecting principled people who will not say that it is convenient for me to keep quiet, then find my voice at a different time. That is not principle. That is the sign of cowardice. In fact, you are in the small group of men or women that are not qualified and deserving of any honor at all. No, I'm serious. And let's not always be choosing the convenient way out. Let's not always be pretending that. And with these shows here, people are saying that talk to me anonymously. Then the ministry will come and say, who is that person? We don't know. How do we know that you created or recruited somebody? You get my point. But it is affecting you, your children, and the future of this country.
Raymond, which makes a lot of sense. But others will argue that if I am transferred, right, for speaking out.
So what? That's the cost you're paying for doing your job.
Yeah, but if it doesn't, if I don't achieve any results by that, then what have I done? Do you get it? If authority does not act on what I have said,
if that's the argument,
if you're going to act on what I say,
Ghana would have still been under colonial rule by now. First and foremost.
So
secondly,
what you're saying is that they didn't sacrifice themselves.
Yeah,
so they have
no. See, listen, I think that
they
chose the easier way out. And that's not what we should be teaching children in this country.
My disappointment, though, is that irrespective, you must find a way.
The young generation for this country.
You must find a way to speak up. You can't just say.
I agree with you. That attitude they should stop. Hold on, some people knew, and even journalists in this country. Yes. And the West.
One thing I'll say.
I remember being challenged.
Yes, I remember. It happened here,
and it was because an auntie was sending me. I knew the situation, so I could speak to it. Otherwise,
but one thing I'll say is this: sometimes people forget the role of the media. Right? Yeah. The media provides you with a certain amount of protection.
Yeah.
Once something is out, once it's out, you are protected. Because if anything happens to you after you blow the whistle, after you speak up, it becomes obvious who is trying to victimize you. It becomes obvious who is in the wrong and who is in the right. And the media can afford you that protection sometimes just by shining a light on your story. Once it's out, it's out. You see, so I want this to go for not just heads, but any other people who work under any government, including this new one that has come into place. Mm-hmm. That if you find that something is happening in your sector, your area, which is wrong, which is bad, please rely on the media. Rely on the media. If you speak up, look, it is when you are quiet, when they know you can speak, but you haven't spoken yet, that's when they can threaten you.
True.
That's when they can come after you. That's when they can threaten your family. They can be the boogeyman and, promise all kinds of hardship on your head if you open your mouth. But once you speak and you have the whole nation on your side, are you not protected?
No, I get you, Kojo. And that thing we should stop. We should stop encouraging people who are pretending there's nothing happening. And because, you see, we all keep quiet and the evil persists. And later on, we will see that too much damage has been done. It is our collective responsibility. Today I'm sitting here. Tomorrow I may not be sitting here. Tomorrow it might be Kweku Asante. The expectation is that if he feels that what he's saying is right and that it is truthful, he should be able to say it. And we cannot. But why? So you think about it. If Professor Albert Dubois had not done that lecture that we call Breaking the Silence today, think about the repercussions of that for Ghana as we have it today. If people are not taking it upon themselves to fight for this country's freedom or even emancipation at different levels, think about where we all be.
All right, happening today, the vetting of the first set of President Mahama's ministerial appointees. And then there's a statement that's been issued today, January 13, which is a notice
about
of
the ministers'
cessation of board members of statutory boards, corporation, commissions and councils following presidential transition. But it says, for the avoidance of doubt, this excludes commissions that are independent constitutional creations.
Okay, so the Cathedral Board of Trustees are gone, eh?
Well, that's direct appointment by the president, eh?
I have not read.
It depends on their terms
the law
of appointments.
Yes.
Because, we've had the Supreme Court interpret that section. So it's not a wholesale dissolution. It depends on your appointment and what the terms.
You know why those things, some of them were problematic. So, Kojo, we set up a law that says that Get Fund should have representation from students. Then a new government comes and says, I've dissolved the board. Then the one that the student has chosen to has been automatically dissolved. But why? Who said that we wanted to remove the guy? I hope you get the point.
Yeah.
So that
you have representation from labor.
Yes, labor.
On boards,
the guy is also automatically
it's not your
removed.
job.
He can't do his work because government feels that the person should be, but he's there for a purpose. In fact, he's there sometimes to also check what government is doing by the numbers you have put there. So I get the sense in that. Maybe that's why they put in the caveat. Yeah, I'm looking forward to a time where we don't even do it this way. That we wait and take the boards one by the other and say that on this board, right, there is Kojo Jansen. Kojo has done a very stellar job on this board. Kojo, stay. The next one is Samuel Odame.
Right.
Samuel Odame has only represented his pocket and actually failed to represent the grouping I'm supposed to represent, and he has not protected government's interest, so he's out. I'm looking forward to that time.
Won't it be difficult isolating members
Oh,
because, as we know,
but I get the
decisions
concept.
taken by boards, you can't come out and say that. Well, they took a decision, but I was not in
I
favor.
can review the minutes.
However,
Okay.
what I think, I mean, it's always good governance for the board's tenure to be different from the tenure of the management.
True.
Right? So that the period for which the board will serve should differ slightly from the period for which management will serve, so that when management gets dissolved or replaced, at least there is some check, you see, and what it does is it divorces them from the influence. Okay, the two of them from the influence, so that you will not always have board and management under the same government's influence.
I get your point.
You see,
I was even proposing what we did with Development Bank Ghana. That's if we follow through with that. Let Kojo Jansen, Mamavi and Co apply to be directors of the board.
Yes.
I have never wrapped my mind around how we got Alote Jacobs to be a member of the ECG board, with the greatest of respect. I've never understood that.
Even going far.
Yes, there are some girls who became board members of certain institutions.
You're even going
There
far.
are people who...
Some of our most sensitive institutions have been headed by people who have no history, record, background, knowledge, experience, none of it, but they've gone to chair those boards.
Yeah, but if we were to be private jobbing firms, you're not allowed that to happen.
What are your thoughts on all of these issues? Join us via WhatsApp 05511119997. Post on X with the hashtag JoySMS. You can also post on Facebook as well, Joy9997. And of course, we're not forgetting oral development from that committee. That's all coming up here on the Super Morning Show. Big stories brought to us by Telecel, connecting Energy's latest home, your partner for life. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa, and Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
All right, speaking of Republic Bank, have you heard Republic Bank is giving this season, and they are giving big. Pay with your Visa credit card and stand a chance of winning an all-expense paid trip to Dubai, or a luxury staycation at some of Ghana's finest beach resorts, including Maha Beach Resort, Breezes Beach, or Camp Chache. You could also win a 5-course dinner, I'm hungry already, for 2 at the exquisite Brasa restaurant, a full-day spa service for 2, and other exciting rewards in the Republic Bank Tap, Win and Fly to Dubai promotion. All you need to do is use any of your Republic Bank Visa credit cards, Infinite, Addition, or Classic cards. Every tap counts. So, what are you waiting for? It's time to fly to Dubai with a Republic Bank Visa card. Start tapping and make this season unforgettable. The promo is under the Caritas Lottery platform. Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Are you looking for a British degree at a fraction of the cost? Well, of course. Do you want a vibrant student experience in a community that equips you with useful employability skills, taking you one step closer to the career of your dreams? Well, enjoy all these and more, plus up to 50% scholarship for your degree at Lancaster University Ghana. Be taught by the finest faculty, trained to UK standards at our campus. For more information, visit lancaster.edu.gh. That's the website. You can also email admissions@lancaster.edu.gh or call +233 020 960 7008. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British campus here in West Africa.
Now, switch to Telcel fixed broadband today.
Sorry,
and of
what
course,
did you say?
Telcel, that's what I said. What did you hear? And experience incredible bonuses, non-expiring bundles, data transfers across devices, and lots more. New customers get 50% bonus data in addition to other mind-blowing offers. And existing customers receive 300% bonus data on every broadband renewal to keep browsing. To subscribe to Telcel fixed broadband for these amazing offers, dial *900# or use the Telcel Play app to visit a Telcel retail outlet today. Or you also have the option of going to the website telcel.com.gh and get connected. Today, terms and conditions apply. Telcel, connecting energies.
So you know that from our mandate we are preparatory. So being preparatory, our mandate doesn't involve actual recovery of the loot. That will be in the second stage. But at least there are examples of people who say they are returning. Do you remember the example of the NIB boss who says, okay, you know, yesterday we went, all right, team, we went to the Agric Extension land around
the National Northern Development Authority.
This one, NIB, National Investigative Bureau, former BNI,
yes.
The boss. Yeah, he said, you know, because of the advocacy Okujeto was doing on it, and he just called Okujeto and said, listen, at least that's what Honorable Okujeto said. He said, I'm returning my land. I'm no longer interested. Leave me out of this. Yesterday we went to that place. Then,
so he's returned the land that...
Yes, he says he's no longer interested. NIB boss, Atubra, I know Atubra a bit personally. Yeah, that's what Honorable Okujeto said. That Atubra says he's no longer interested in the land. Yesterday we visited that land. Yesterday we went to that place. We went to Labadi where the Blade brothers have taken the land from the Labadi beach.
Wake up, good morning, good morning. Auntie T, abeg, fix me gobetete Ghana. No garri, no oil, no plantain, just beans then eggs.
Hey, brah, that be dangerous combination, no?
Problem no day. I fit handle am.
For Telecel, we the Bob say everybody gets what they like. That be why Made For Me bundles day. Based on your usage, you fit get your own data and call packages. Fala! Made For Me bundles like the way you the want them. That *530#, then buy Made For Me bundles today.
Telecel, connecting energies.
Are you hoping to start university this January? If you want a British degree from a world-class university at a fraction of the cost, then join Lancaster University Ghana in Accra. With a diverse student community, vibrant campus life, and up to 50% scholarship to support your study, Lancaster University Ghana provides you with a world-class education that creates endless possibilities globally. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Apply to join Lancaster University Ghana, where learners become leaders. Admissions are currently open for our January 2025 intake. Apply now for our foundation program. For more information, contact us at +233 030 221 8989 or send an email to admissions@lancaster.edu.gh. Lancaster University Ghana, the only British university campus in West Africa.
What makes you smile? Is it time with loved ones, pursuing your passions, or simply enjoying life's little moments? At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we believe that life insurance should do more than just protect your family's financial future. It should also help you live your best life now. Our policies offer comprehensive coverage, living benefits, and rewards to help you make the most of today because we think of wealth differently. At Pinnacle Life Insurance, we provide solutions that give you more for your smile, more time, more freedom, more joy. For more information on our policies, call us on 0501 451 400 or visit www.pinnaclelife.com.gh. Pinnacle Life Insurance, more for your smile.
I used to stress about where to receive my advertisements and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are with With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, TransFast, UnityLink, RIA, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you. Do you want to remain productive and competitive in your business? Then I am happy to remind you that Anointed Engineering Services Limited is still here to serve. We provide homes, offices, and institutions with ultra-silent, reliable, and fuel-efficient diesel generating sets with sizes ranging from 5 kVA to 3000 kVA at unbeatable prices. You also enjoy a 5-year warranty. Anointed Engineering is noted for unwavering 24-hour after-sale emergency service, rental and sale of tile lights and genuine spare parts, undertake repair and maintenance of all diesel generators, and buy back used generators. Sign up today at our training school and gain hands-on experience from our team of professionals on generators, plants, auto mechanics, electricals, controls, and solar installations. Anointed Engineering has 18 branches nationwide. Locate our head office in Accra at number 77 Anointed House on the main Odoko Malam Highway near the Odoko traffic light. Call our hotlines on 0302 324723 or 0243 690295. Also on 0243 480334. Anointed Engineering Services Limited, the generator experts.
It's the most action-packed breakfast show in town. The hottest music, the best giveaways, the great interviews, and all the laughter and fun you can imagine. Don't miss the Super Morning Show on Joy 99.7 FM. It's the best breakfast show in town. Coffee in your cup. Enjoy.
Aaron says since 1832.
Is it a song she didn't know who sang it?
Eh?
Is it a song?
Oh, Raymond, why you
Oh, sorry.
why
No,
you
I was just asking.
Our DJ's credibility. Great music there from Mama V, and of course the Super Morning Show continues. It's 8:44, and today we've got big conversations to have. All right, oral back under scrutiny as information shared by one of its members disputed by the accused person, and then of course we're having the committee chair doubling down on it. The matter is capturing the attention of the public, and so we're bringing it up for discussion. Professor Bafo Ajimandia, former UN governance advisor, joins us. He's no stranger to our show, and he joins us alongside another friend of joy, Suleiman Abrima, executive director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Good morning to you both.
Good morning. Good morning.
Thank you so much for your time with us. Now, just to get started, let us hear what Martin Pebu, a member of the committee set up to receive information for Operation Recover or Loot, Martin Pebu, had to say.
So you know that from our mandate we are preparatory. So being preparatory, our mandate doesn't involve actual recovery of the loot. That will be in the second stage.
Okay.
But at least there are examples of people who say they are returning. Do you remember the example of the NIB boss who says, okay, yesterday we went, all right, team, we went to the Agric Extension land around
the ND, the National Northern Development Authority.
This one, NIB, National Investigative Bureau.
Okay.
Former BNI.
Yes.
The boss. Yeah, he said, because of the advocacy Okujeto was doing on it, and he just called Okujeto and said, listen, at least that's what Honorable Okujeto said. He said, I'm returning my land. I'm no longer interested. Leave me out of this. Yesterday we went to that place.
Then he's returned the land that...
Yes, he says he's no longer interested. NIB boss, Atubra. I know Atubra a bit personally. Yeah, that's what Honorable Okujeto said. That Atubra says he's no longer interested in the land. Yesterday we visited that land. Yesterday we went to that place. We went to Labadi where the Blade brothers have taken the land from the Labadi beach.
Private legal practitioner Martin Pebu, who is a member of the oral information reception team, speaking on TV3 on their Key Points program. Now, Prof. Bafo Ajimandia and Suleiman Abrima are our guests. Let me start with you, Prof. Now, I think one thing is clear. The idea of recovering loot really appeals to most Ghanaians. It's something that people want to see happen. The process, however, began even before the president was sworn in. As president-elect, he set up this team, 5-member team, to receive information. Now we are seeing the team put out information, and some of that information is being disputed. Prof, could this have been handled better?
Well, first of all, let me say you're right. Ghanaians in their numbers do support any process to retrieve stolen properties of state and those who may have acquired state assets illegally. So that initiative, welcome. But the problem is that we are not too sure of the legality of this initiative. Sure. If they are gathering information for a possible prosecution by the appropriate legal authorities, then why are they advertising their efforts? I think this kind of publicity around their work in itself could hurt them if, in fact, this case has to go to court. Martin Pebu is an excellent lawyer. I know him, and we all know him. And he is the first person to rise to defend anyone who may be accused and arraigned illegally. So I'm surprised that they've taken delight in advertising their work. Information gathering, simply you are gathering information that may not be substantiated in court, that may not have evidence to support. But meanwhile, you're exposing it publicly and indirectly or directly, even accusing people for something that they may not have done. So I think they should be a bit cautious about this process, because we were told some time ago by the chairperson of this group, Oral, Mr. Blackwell, that they don't have prosecutorial powers. Of course they don't. And that their job is simply collect and maybe pass the information on to the appropriate authorities, Attorney General or wherever that they may send. And I think that's okay. Okay? Because this Oral has no legal standing. I'm not a lawyer. I'll allow the lawyers to discuss this. But I'm getting a bit worried that the way they are advertising and dramatizing their work could backfire when it comes to certain legalities. That is where my concern is. But the whole idea of retrieving stolen state taxes, I think it's an excellent one. Secondly, don't forget that this is not the first time something similar is happening in our country. Those surveyors who are old enough can recall under the AFRC PNDC, and in fact, even some other military regimes, how people were harassed, abused, and in the end, we simply discovered that they were not guilty. Meanwhile, their reputations, in fact, some of them, their lives were lost. So we have to be careful. This is a democracy. We're supposed to be guided by laws. As I began by saying, I'm not challenging what they're doing. It's good. I would be delighted if all those who have stolen from the state are brought to justice. But the approach is like, I'm a bit concerned about that, and I will advise them. All the gentlemen on that commission, Oral, I know personally, I know all of them. They are decent people, they are passionate, they want to help the country, and we support them. But they should be cautious about how they are approaching their work.
Sule, one of the things about this committee is that when the names of the members were announced, there was some real support for them. I mean, Samuel Okudzeto Blakwa, Martin Pebu, Kofi Boache, retired police officer, Raymond Archer, and indeed Daniel Domelevu. These people are known for being vocal in their, campaigns against wrongdoing. People lauded them for that reason. They expected that these will be people who will speak up about whatever they find. Now they are speaking up, but the things they are saying are being challenged. Did the president fail to foresee this wrinkle, or is it even a wrinkle?
Well, I won't put the blame on the president. I think the intention was good. As I said earlier, we have to find every possible means, legal means. In fact, a good friend, a prominent civil society person, has even suggested in some quarters that we should use unorthodox means to chase people who have stolen. I found that very interesting, because I don't know what unorthodox means is to him. But in the past, we have used unorthodox means to achieve certain ends, and in the end, we all were embarrassed. All of us were embarrassed by the actions of that particular government. So I think whilst we're enthusiastic about correcting the wrongs of the past, we have to remind ourselves that in a democracy, the rule of law is important. And the lawyers know. I'm not a lawyer. And they know that when such cases go to court and the court throws them out, then they will turn against the court. You see, so I think there must be a way to go about this. For me, the people on the committee, as I say, they are decent people. I don't know their background, but I think they are decent people. But the work must be done quietly and make sure evidence collected is checked and cross-checked. So before they come formally, official to say, look, we have discovered all this and we are going to pass on the information to the appropriate bodies. They have solid evidence and nobody can come out to deny. Now, if you go in, people say, oh, no, I didn't do it. Oh, you came to talk to me. You did. then you're already trying the case in the public domain, and that's not the way to do it. You see? So, I don't know, but all I'm saying is that, yes, we must find a way to recoup all stolen assets, but there's no need for Gestapo approaches to these kind of matters.
Right. Let me bring in Suleimana Brahma at this point. Sule, look, do you foresee legal issues here? This is a committee that was set up by a person who was not the president at the time he set it up. But the committee is now putting out information into the public domain about government officials and accusing them of wrongdoing. The Martin Kpebu sound that we played has Martin Kpebu saying that Okujeto Ablakwa says that this person says he will return land that he acquired illegally. That's a very serious claim. Do you foresee that the work of this committee could result in legal challenges?
Well, thank you, Kojo. I think that the questions have always been raised about the legality of the committee or the group. I wouldn't call it a committee. The group that was set up by the then president-elect with a mandate to work towards, recovering the looting of state assets by certainly persons who were in government or persons politically exposed or those who had connections in government. I think that the overall objective is a great idea, and I doubt that there can be any challenge to say that, for example, a looted property or a property that had been stolen from the state has been identified and the facts around it gathered, and then somebody would say that, well, the people who identified the wrongdoing and identified the facts were not properly constituted, and therefore there could be legal challenges to that effect. I don't think that, even though I'm not also a lawyer, I doubt there would be something like that. I believe you and I, if we have any information about a state property that had been appropriated illegally by anyone at all, we can actually give that information to any government official that we think, or any individual that we think may have the capacity to take that issue on. And to that extent, I don't foresee any legal issues with the group that was set up by the then president-elect. I think where I also have a challenge is the way some of the members are going about some of the issues related to the work that they are doing. I want to believe that sometimes it is about an effort to let the public know the value of the group that was set up, and to let the public know that the group is working in the interest of the public. And also, I believe that sometimes it is about the politics of it, letting the public know how bad certain things have been done, how some individuals may have profited unduly from their positions, and depriving the state of certain assets and all of that. That sometimes, I believe, is the motivation for putting out some information in the public out there. But specifically on the issue that is being discussed, I am wondering the context within which Martin said that it was appropriate to say, well, this person has even reached out to Ora to say that he is no longer interested in property that he had been given to him or he had acquired illegally, because subsequent information suggests that the person himself did not appear before the group to make this claim, but that it was communicated through an emissary or something like that. Now, when something like that is done, it might be difficult. For example, if this guy decides to say, "Look, I haven't said anything. I challenge you to put out the name of the person," or "I challenge you that I haven't appeared before you." and then you say that, oh, it was Mr. A or Mr. B who was sent to come and tell us this. The person can simply say, no, I haven't sent Mr. A or Mr. B. And so if care is not taken, at the end of the day, out of the effort to let the public know that the group is working, the group has been so valuable to the state, the group is gathering a lot of information, we may end up having a situation where there will be legitimacy issues, not in the legal context, but in the kinds of information that they put out there. I think even if they think that, well, look, we have to let the public know that we are working in their interest. We have to let the public know that it was good that the president put this group together. We have to let the public be excited about the work we are doing so that more and more people can come forward with information to us. It could be done in a much more strategic way, because sometimes it feels like maybe people want to use that to either make a name, put themselves out there in the public. That may not be the intention, but the way certain things are being done, one may, conclude that it's just an opportunity for somebody to grandstand or put themselves out there in the public domain.
Okay, now, Sule, I want to stay with you for this. It's a bit counterintuitive for me, a person who works with information, to ask this question, but I'll ask it anyway. I'll play devil's advocate. First, let me read from the statement that was issued on the 18th of December announcing the establishment of this team. I'll just read the first paragraph. The heading was Preparatory Team Towards President-Elect's Anti-Corruption Drive. The statement was issued by the transition team of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. This is what it says. As a preparatory measure towards the rollout of His Excellency John Mahama's promise to recover proceeds of corruption and hold persons responsible for such corruption accountable when he assumes office, a team has been set up to receive and gather information from members of the public and other sources on suspected acts of corruption. Then it goes on to list the team members. So the team was set up, according to this, to receive and gather information. But the team is now sharing information that they have received and gathered. Do you think they are overstepping their mandate?
Well, as I said, I think the motivation or the drive could be letting the public know that the team is working, letting the public know that the work of the team is quite valuable. More and more people are coming forward with information around issues of corruption or issues of looting from the state and all of that. Otherwise, the question that somebody would ask would be, if all along the team has been doing whatever they have been doing in silence, nobody is hearing about them, would the public begin to be asking questions about, but the president set up this team, has it been working at all? Has it been of any value? How much is being spent on the team and all of that? So sometimes I believe it is as a result of, the thinking that we have to let the public know that we are working. And we have to let the public know that what we are doing is so significant. So, for example, Martin would then say, even so and so person who had benefited from the allocation of state lands has now come back to say, look, I'm not even interested, take your thing. So I think that it's quite a dicey one. But now that the president has been sworn in, has taken over, I think the opportunity is there to now set up maybe a formal committee. Because, Kojo, I am wondering whether those in this preparatory team, all of them are going to be staying on for a while, whether the team is going to be formalized, whether some of them are going to be getting ministerial appointments, and assuming they get ministerial appointments, what happens? Would the team be dissolved? Would we say that the team has come to the end of the job that they were supposed to do? I don't think that this short period would have enabled any team to gather the kinds of information that is needed to be gathered, given, the mandate that...
Oh dear, I think we may have lost Sule there. We'll reconnect with him and get the rest of his submission. But Prof, since we still have you, let me ask this. This is. Oh, I think we've lost Professor Bafo Ajimandia as well. We have him. Okay, Prof. Thank you for your patience. Oh dear, no, we've lost them both. Let's see if we can reconnect. But interesting submissions so far. It appears that generally everybody likes the idea of recovering loot. I think we have Sule Brahma back on the line. Sule, you were making a point before you got cut off. Sorry.
Yes, I'm not sure where the line dropped, but the point I was making is, would the president now consider formalizing a group or maybe a presidential committee, a commission, to do this work with persons that we are sure would be doing this with a specific timeline, maybe a 3-month period or 6-month period to submit a report, and the president then acting on the report either for prosecution or for any other intervention that may be appropriate. But the current group that we have, my thinking or my sense is that maybe some of them may even be given ministerial appointments, and that may be quite soon, maybe in the next 1 week or two. Now, when that happens, what happens? They cannot be ministers and still doubling up as members of ORA. Would we then be seeing a dissolution of the committee? And at that point, would we say that the committee has done enough, has gathered enough? I'm sure they've by now would have gathered quite a lot of information. Or are we saying now that state institutions would be activated? The Attorney General, I'm told, being vetted today or tomorrow, if it's approved, and then he's sworn in as Attorney General, would he now take over the work of ORA? Or what is it? I think that maybe at this point it would be useful and helpful if the president could provide some clarity about the next steps in terms of this important work that is being done. Because, and I say it's important because, look, Kojo, the looting has been so massive and so, devastating. You go to a place like Tamale, and you would realize that almost every state land has been taken. Almost every state land. And it's not just Tamale. In almost every regional capital, not to talk about even the national capital here in Accra, almost every regional capital, in fact, in some cases, districts, state lands have been taken by persons affiliated with government or persons in government. And that cannot be, and that shouldn't be something that should be allowed to happen. But having said that, Kojo, it is important for us to also remind ourselves that this whole thing about taking over state lands, persons in government, whether those living, those staying, taking government lands in prime areas didn't start now. It may be useful for us to say, can we have, maybe in the last 20 years, the list of all those who acquired state lands, and under what circumstances and under what cost? It's okay to say, well, the past it has happened, but let's prevent it from going forward. But I believe that it is also important that we also get the evidence even from the past. Persons in this government, did they also benefit from state lands? If it is so, what is then the basis of saying that we are pursuing these people when you are sitting on a state land? I think we must make it a national agenda and say, look, people who took state lands, either legally, illegally, or whatever, we need to know. And going forward, we have to prevent it from happening.
Prof, it occurs to me that John Mahama, in his bid to become president again, reminded everybody and told everybody that he would do a better job. Now, would it not have been more prudent for him to wait until he was president and then use the existing structures and institutions to recover this loot? Do we not have sufficient laws? Do we not have sufficient institutions for the recovery of loot? And can the president not go ahead and do so with his legitimate power through his appointees?
Well, I've heard criticisms on the lines that you just raised the question. Not necessarily so. Corruption has been one of the key issues that has brought him to power. And interestingly, corruption was also a major issue that drove Mahama out of power in 2016. You see, so it's an endemic problem, and this state acquisition, selling of and stealing or whatever state assets, has been going on for years. I think the idea of my good friend Brima saying that we should go way back, then we have to go way back to independence, because a lot of politicians and bureaucrats, top bureaucrats, have sapped this nation of its assets. We know that, okay? And I think one of the best proposals has been given by our good friend, Mr. Blakwa, when he suggests that, in fact, a law should be made immediately stopping the sale of or transfer of assets to not only political appointees, but the top bureaucrats in the civil service. It's not just the politicians, you see. So I think it's a major issue that we should have. And that is why perhaps the approach that we're discussing currently must be re-examined, because it shouldn't be an ad hoc approach. It's systemic, and we need to find a way to exorcise it from the system. All right? So I think we have to perhaps give more attention. But to say that maybe the president should have waited, maybe, but at the same time, setting up this committee, and I think the issues raised by my good friend Brahma are all legitimate in terms of the composition, the fact that it's ad hoc, some may be appointed to other positions and all. Well, maybe that will give the president a new thinking on this, that maybe I should be looking at a more institutionalized way to approach this. If the existing institutions are not strong enough, maybe we have to find a way to empower them to be able to undertake this kind of mandate. So I think there are certain alternatives to that, you know. So, I think the way this was constituted and the idea that maybe they have to come public so people will know what they are doing. Come on, when you are doing investigation, you don't put all your cards in the public domain. I'm surprised my good friend is saying that it's good to publicize it. After all, it's not a legal institution. And what you are doing, there's no confirmation. So it's important to do your work discreetly and periodically inform the public where you have been, how many people have been caught in this trap, or how you're going to submit this to the appropriate body. That, for me, is a better approach to be aware, than not to turn it into a concert party where any small catch you announce. Well, maybe that's what they think they should do. But for me, since evidence may not be conclusive, it's important to cross the T's and dot the I's and do all those things. So once you come out to say Mr. Asumasi Bafwa Jemendria has been found to have taken a state property, I will have no reason to deny it. Of course, I can challenge it in the court, but I will fail. So I think that is the way you should do. But more importantly, I think the idea of finding a more permanent way of dealing with it, including the proposal by Mr. Blakwa to pass a legislation as soon as possible to stop this kind of thing going on again. For me, these are the ways we should be looking as we move forward.
Right. Okay, well, if you just joined us, we're talking to Professor Bafwa Ajimandria. That's the person you just heard. We also have Suleiman Abrahima on the line, and we're talking about oral. Now, we're going to take a break. When we come back, a couple of questions on my mind. The first one is this. Should we really be approaching this through committee and commission approach? Bearing in mind that when evidence is presented in this country before a committee or commission, that evidence can then not be used to prosecute those involved. Secondly, the president has issued a directive to the Lands Commission to halt the sale and processing of state and public lands. What that means is that up until this directive was issued, sale and processing of state and public lands was legal, which is why Okudzeto Ablakwa is seeking to pass a private member's bill to stop it. So if it is legal, then how do we retrieve or recover sold state lands? These are just two of the questions on our mind. Stay with us. We'll ask our panel when we come back.
Morning Show.
Happy Monday. Welcome to Vital Signs by Sonotech Medical Center. I'm Dr. Grace Bachman. We are almost halfway through January. Start working on those health goals now if you haven't started. Today, let's focus on some powerful tips for a balanced diet. Start your day right with a power breakfast. A healthy breakfast sets the tone for your day. Go for whole grains like oats or brown bread and pair it with a protein source like eggs, yogurt, or nut. Make your plate colorful. Fill your plates with a variety of fruit and vegetables. The more colors, the better. Don't skip healthy fats. Incorporate healthy fats into your meals like avocados, olive oils, and nuts. Stay hydrated. Water is essential for energy production. Staying hydrated keeps your body functioning at its best. Limit processed foods. Stay off overly processed foods. While they might be quick and tasty, they often lead to an energy drop later in the day. Fueling your body with the right foods is key to staying energized. Reach out to Sonotech on 0308 040036.
First Sky Group, a wholly owned Ghanaian company made up of First Sky Construction, First Sky Bitumen Processing, First Sky Commodities, Volta Serene Hotel, Western Serene Atlantic Hotel, Serene Insurance, First Sky Energies, and Federal Rural Bank warmly invites you to its 22nd Thanksgiving service on the theme Proclaiming God's Unfailing Love, Romans 8:37. The Thanksgiving service in two parts will be hosted by the founder and executive chairman, Mr. Eric Sedi Kutoche. There'll be an all-night service on Friday, 17th January 2025 from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. at the Trinity Temple Assemblies of God Church, TTAG Community 10, Tema. Ministering in Word, Reverend Mark Sessi, National Missions Director, Assemblies of God, Sierra Leone. Reverend Sujit Alex, THAMS North Area Leader, Assemblies of God, UK. Thanksgiving service follows on Sunday, 19th January 2025 at the main auditorium of the Accra International Conference Center. The time is 10 a.m. Guest speaker, Reverend Stephen Yensum Wingham, General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana. Chairman for the occasion, Most Reverend Professor Johnson Kwabena Asamoah Jedu, the presiding bishop, the Methodist Church Ghana. Ministering in music will be MOG Music. Also in attendance will be His Eminence Archbishop Nicholas Duncan Williams, Reverend Professor Paul Frimpong Manso, Immediate Past General Superintendent, Assemblies of God, Ghana, Apostle General Sam Kwanchi Ankara, Royal House Chapel International, Reverend Steve Mensah, Charismatic Evangelistic Ministry, Most Reverend Dr. Paul Boafo, Apostle Professor Kwejo Opoku Onina, Reverend Dr. Lawrence Tete, Reverend Dr. Sylvanus Amegashiti, Elom Group Corporate Chaplain, First Sky Group, and many other senior clergy. For more details, please call 020-854-3441 or 0248-940-021. First Sky Group 22nd Thanksgiving Service, proclaiming God's unfailing love.
What do you mean, sir? Free on a Metropolitan Life Insurance at Daramo. Now, me too, I am insured. Say accident, yeah, real bommy, and also my family and I will be covered. And do you know I pay only 5 cedis 80 pesos a month? So allow me to sing.
With Metiasi from Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited, you can have peace of mind knowing that you and your family are covered. Dial *170# now. Metropolitan Life Insurance Ghana Limited. Together we can.
Wear a condom for sex and protect yourself from HIV. HIV has no cure, no condom, no sex. This message is brought to you by the Ghana AIDS Commission.
Do you want to study abroad? I present to you Astolinks International. They give professional advice on study visas to the USA, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, and other European nations. They also advise on visa applications, general travel, and other immigration services. Call them on 0537 152 118 or visit them at 4A Pawpaw Street in East Legon.
For more information, check out astolinks.net. Astolinks, pathway for success. All right, welcome back. It's the Super Morning Show on Joy. We're talking oral. And of course, everybody that I have spoken to has expressed excitement at the idea of recovering loot. I mean, who doesn't want that to happen? We all do. But questions are being raised about the method that has been employed so far. A team has been put together to receive information about potential looting so that the loot can be recovered. But so far, we have heard some information from that team which has been disputed. So it makes us ask questions. Are they going about it the right way? Is there a better way of doing it? Are there implications we haven't foreseen? That's the point of this conversation, and it's your conversation. So don't forget to use the hashtag JoySMS when you post on X, and we'll share your posts about it. We've got two big questions to ask our panelists when we come back. We want to know, first of all, is it illegal to sell state land? So if it's not illegal, how do we recover it? And of course, we also want to ask that all-important question about the use of committees and commissions to investigate these matters. Is it the case that the evidence presented to committees and commissions can then not be used to prosecute those involved? Let's discuss. Stay with us. First, let me remind you that the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, would like to remind all withholding tax agents, including VAT withholding agents appointed by the Commissioner General, that withholding taxes must be paid to the Domestic Tax Revenue Division, DTRD, of the GRA by the 15th of every month. Withholding taxes for December 2024 will therefore be due by Wednesday, January 15th. 2025. Withholding taxes, including withholding on VAT deductions from suppliers operating the VAT standard rate, employment, payment for the supply or use of goods, payment for the supply of any works, and payment for the supply of services and all other withheld taxes for December 2024 are due by Wednesday, January 15, 2025. Now, they may also submit hard and soft copies of schedules indicating gross amount, the tax deducted, the names of taxpayers, and the TIN or Ghana card PIN from whom the taxes were withheld. Of course, the GRA also encourages taxpayers to file their returns online via taxpayersportal.com. Please note, the failure to pay tax by due date attracts an interest of 125% of the statutory rate, compounded monthly on the outstanding tax. Please also note that the third-party checks require 2 days to clear. The GRA can be reached by email on info@gra.gov.gh, by WhatsApp on 0552 990 000 and 0200 631 664. Or you can call them toll-free on 0800 900 110. And this is a message from the Commissioner General. Hashtag our taxes, our future.
Now, Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited is still organizing its end-of-year furniture promotional sales, which really is ongoing throughout the new year. You still have the opportunity to get up to 15% discount on all furniture at their shops in Tema. You go straight to Community 4 at the head office at Hakwaje. There's also at Market Circle in Takrade. If you're in Cape Coast, the University Bookshop is where you go to. In Kumasi, you have a better opportunity of reaching out to them at KNUST and Santase. And on the Sprinters Road, it's near the APSA. At Atomic, Center Point Mall is where you will get Kingdom Books and Stationery. And now, Winneba, the University Campus, is where they are actually mounting a great place for you to buy the furniture. Kingdom Store Online is where you go to if you want convenience, want to sit at home, you order, they bring it to you. Of course, hurry while stocks last. For further inquiries, contact us the following numbers: 0501 620810 or 0302 764 101. I'll send us an email at info@kingdomgh.com. Kingdom Books and Stationery Limited, where quality and affordability are both assured. Terms and conditions apply.
Now, are you a graduate from the University Polytechnic, College of Education, Nursing and Midwifery College, or you have completed senior high school and looking for the opportunity to study abroad? Well, you can study in countries like Australia, Canada, UK, US, Ireland, New Zealand, and many more. These countries have an excellent reputation in teaching and research. You can work part-time to support your studies and get up to 4 years post-study work visa when you after completion of your course. Application for January 2025 is ongoing. Contact Astolinks to get information about admission, scholarship, as well as how to secure your study visa. Astolinks is located at 4A Popo Street, East Legon, or call them on 0265 341 070. Visit their website astolinks.net. Astolinks, pathway for success.
Now, the enjoyment is real. From January till June 2025, Enterprise Insurance is giving you more reasons to smile on the road. Buy or renew your existing motor insurance policy and enjoy amazing rewards, free fuel coupons for your car and airtime for your phone. It is that simple. Insuring a Chile. With over 100 years of trusted experience, we're here to secure your peace of mind. Visit any branch, connect with your insurance agent or broker, or use the Enterprise Advantage app for convenience and enjoy free fuel coupons and airtime instantly when you buy or renew your motor insurance. Enterprise Insurance is rated AAA by the GCR for financial strength and claims paying ability. Terms and conditions apply. Enterprise, your advantage.
Now, to all the wonderful female entrepreneurs out there, including Mama V, agribusiness owners and young entrepreneurs out there, we see you. We see and understand the challenges that you face. Your story indeed matters to us, and we are here to support you every step of the way in partnership with that. Yeah, Mama V sells water. Entrepreneurship in water. Yes. Okay. Well, in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, MFA also sells Shito. Okay. In partnership with the MasterCard Foundation, APSA is offering SME loans at an unbelievable 10% interest rate per annum. Imagine having access to up to 1 million Ghana cedi completely collateral free. This isn't just talk. They've already disbursed over 600 million Ghana cedis, supporting over 1,600 businesses within the past year. And they are especially proud that 67.3% of the beneficiaries are women-owned enterprises. Your success is their success. If you are ready to write the next chapter of your success story, visit their SME project office or your nearest APSA branch, or just log on to the website apsa.com.gh. Your story matters. APSA.
Now, tap, refer, and fly to Dubai with the GCB Digital Loyalty Campaign. From now till 31st January 2025, accumulate points and get cashback rewards anytime you perform transactions on the GCB mobile app or USSD *422# platform. You stand the chance of being rewarded with amazing prizes like a weekend stay at a top hotel in Ghana, airtime or data bundles, dinner for two, or a fully paid vacation to Dubai. Now, here's how it works. Just perform transactions like bill payments, airtime top-ups, bank and mobile money transfers on either the mobile app or USSD *422# platform. And then share the award-winning GCB mobile app with family and friends to onboard. Also use your mobile number as the referral code when you do so. Don't be left out. Download the app on Google Play or App Store and start transacting today. For more information, please visit the GCB website, gcbbank.com.gh, or your favorite social media platform at GCB Bank PLC, or call the GCB Customer Experience Team on 0800 422 422, and that's a toll-free number. Remember, GCB will never ask you for your PIN, OTP, or password. Terms and conditions apply. GCB, your bank for life.
All right, listen, let's get back to it. Professor Bafwa Jimandia, former UN governance advisor, and Suleimana Brahma, executive director of the Media Foundation for West Africa, are our guests, and we're talking oral. Prof, before the break, I raised the question of the use of the committee and commission approach in investigation. It is generally understood that the evidence that is presented to committees and commissions, unless I'm mistaken, cannot then be used for prosecution. should the president bear that in mind, or is this actually the better way to go about recovering this loot?
Well, I don't want to think that the president was not attacked and he did it through his before the start. Mind you, the president is not a new hand. He's been in power before. He's been in government for a very long time. He's a great thinker. He knows all these things. So maybe there must be a special reason leading to the setting up of this committee. And I know all the issues we have raised, I believe strongly the president knows them. Don't underestimate the knowledge and the intelligence of the president at all. So he knows it. So there must be for a specific reason. And I think it's a great move. And I have to say that we solidly support any effort to retrieve stolen state assets. That's the matter. The issue here we are discussing is the approach. Because we want it to be such that once it's done, all those found guilty will face the law. I know the way our legal system works in this country. And my good friend Martin Pebu himself is a great lawyer. He knows, as I said earlier, he'll be the first to rush to the defense of anyone who may be seen to be unjustifiably accused and tried and that kind of stuff. That's why, first of all, if the president had done this as part of an early signal to be more serious with corruption than his predecessor, then now that he's formally in office, he must find a way. And now he has legal counsel, he has lawyers around him. Let us find a way to make this a solid approach, a solid project. And that's why, number one, the idea mooted by Mr. Okudato, Ablakwa, it's important one. That's the first thing. Then we have to also decide. Because what has been happening is legal, quote and unquote. By the way, when I saw the copy of the deed or something given to the NID guy who is denying and all that, it starts with the president of Ghana who is signing off this property to that gentleman. And I was surprised. I didn't know there can be a direct contract between the president of a republic and a citizen, ordinary citizen. I hope you know what I'm talking about. If you look at the document, you see, it again reflects the extensive and needless powers we have invested in our presidents. That something like a land to be transferred or sold has to emanate from the president. So in fact, as we are talking about possibility of constitutional reviews and looking at the powers of the president, to be one of the interesting things we look at. Okay? So I guess I am only saying that for us to have a more sustainable legal approach to stopping this canker in our society, we should find first the legal way and strict, strong enforcement of whatever law that we pass. Look, this matter that we are dealing, by the way, we are just thinking of politicians or appointed people. The whole category of people sit on the stage. Don't you and I know that in some institutions, state institutions, including educational institutions, when the head knows he's going to retire next year or so, they go in for a brand new Mercedes or brand new whatever car, garage it, and when the time comes, he pays a pittance for it. It's been going on for years. So if we are serious, let's stop these hypocrisy as if we don't know what's going on. Let's be serious in attacking it. And I think President Mahama, fortunately, has what it takes to do it. Look, even the private members bill Mr. Ablakwa is talking about, maybe not necessary, because today the president has overwhelming representation, his party in Parliament. So even if the opposition doesn't want it, we can pass it because we know it is in the best interest of the nation. So this president is uniquely placed to initiate certain reforms that we all of us need to sanitize the system that has been corrupt for so many years in this country. That is, I think, for me, the best approach.
Because Prof mentioned the private members bill Kujato Ablakwa is proposing, I mean, it makes sense for me to ask this. If Mr. Kujato Ablakwa is proposing a bill to outlaw the sale of state lands to state, to government officials, that presupposes that it is not currently against the law to do so. So, if it's not against the law, then how are we going to go about recovering land that has been sold to state officials?
Well, for me, I'll leave it to the lawyers. It's a very interesting legal matter which I am not qualified to address. But I would love to see how it pans out. Because technically, everything that has been done that we find wrong, most of them have been done legally, because that's what the law permits. Permits a certain precedent to reward people of their choice. And it's been going on, as I keep saying. No, it wasn't only Akufo-Addo who did that. I believe under NDC, previous NDC regimes, it happened. Nobody can deny that. It happened. Then maybe the level could be different. Maybe on a lower level, and maybe on the Akufo-Addo, a higher level. But whether lower or higher is the same problem. So, look, when we are looking at national issues, please, we do not deal with national issues on personalities. We do not deal with national issues on political party basis. It's the nation we are talking about. So when you are looking for new laws, we are looking at a law that cuts across. Okay? That is how you build a country. That's how you consolidate a democracy. So there should be no partisanship here. That's why I'm also saying that if Akufo-Addo has committed a crime by giving these state properties away to his cronies, the same thing happened under former President Kufuor. It happened under Rawlings. It happened under Mahama the first time. So let's look at it holistically and find a solution. Because if you don't stop it, once a president like Mahama may not indulge in that, somebody after Mahama can go back and do the same. So let's look let's look for a permanent solution, something that really sanitizes the system.
Suleiman, I'd like to hear you on the same question.
Well, I think that the starting point for me is to say that it's not everything legal that is right. And it's not everything legal that is ethical and moral. And in fact, I doubt that in human life, we can legislate everything, every aspect of our lives. There must be a law codifying how you behave or otherwise. Sometimes we are also guided by our conscience, by our values, and by our ethics. And I think that is why President Mahama has a responsibility and an opportunity to set a different standard. He talks about wanting to make a legacy. And of course, I doubt that in this our country, in the next maybe century, someone else will get the opportunity and the privilege that President Mahama has gotten in terms of seeing it all in our governance from the district level to a member of parliament, deputy minister, vice president, president, going out for 8 years and coming back as president. I think it represents a golden opportunity, a unique blessing for him to do something that would let the nation and perhaps even the continent remember him forever, as we do remember our founding fathers, Nyerere, Kwame Nkrumah, and the rest. And so President Mahama has a responsibility to set a certain personal standard to guide his actions and future actions going forward. That is number one. Number two, talking about law. Because I don't think that the corruption that is happening, and that has always been happening, has been happening because there is no law against corruption. It is happening because people would find ways to circumvent whatever laws that you make, whether it is procurement. Look at procurement. I believe that at some point the whole argument was that it is because we don't have procurement laws, it is because we don't have an entity that would oversee public procurement. That is why there is corruption. So public procurement authority was set up, the law was passed, and what has happened? What has changed? In fact, things have gotten worse because corruption today, I believe, has been worse than we ever experienced. To the extent that President Akufo-Addo then even appointed a minister in charge of public procurement. And what happened? The worst forms of corruption happened. So, yes, the idea of having a private member's bill or even a state-sponsored bill to prevent the acquisition of state assets by persons in government is a good thing. But the point is that without the personal commitment, without the moral guidance and the ethical guidance, there would always be ways of circumventing these laws. We may have the law, and persons will say that people would say, oh, well, the president has an override. The president can, if the president signs it off, then, the law doesn't take effect. So for me, laws are good, but at the end of the day, it's about how we as individuals want to behave. Now, talking about Aura, whether it should have been set up at the time it was set up or not, some of us are privy to very, very scandalous last-minute actions that were being taken, deals and so on that were being made last minute. And even though I can't say this for a fact, I suspect that the setup of Aura at that point was basically to maybe see if a certain signal can be sent out there to say, hey, we are watching. If these last-minute things about acquiring state assets, looting from the public, and so on and so forth is not stopped, you could get yourself into trouble. And you go to places like Ministry of Roads and last-minute contracts that were being signed. You have somebody who is acting chief director of the ministry, director general of the Ghana Road Fund, Ghana Roads Commission, director general of urban roads, one person. And so you have a situation where perhaps the same person writes from urban roads addressed to chief director, Ministry of Roads, and goes back there to be the same person to approve whatever he has signed. Requests that were being made for payment of compensation to persons affected by road constructions, and these were roads that have not been done, including a road that I use quite often, the Reese Junction to School Junction Road. Nothing has happened here, and yet there was a request for payment for victims of the road construction. So a lot of last-minute things were being done, and I suspect that it was basically an attempt to say, hey, can we set up something that may put the fear in people to stop certain actions that are being taken? But like Prof. Ajimandia said, President Mahama has the numbers in Parliament. The good thing about that is that if he wants to do good to this nation, if he wants to really leave a positive legacy, he has all that it takes to be able to do that. The bad side of it is that if he wants to do bad, he has the numbers to do the kinds of things that may not be beneficial to this country. And finally, Kojo, I think that at this point, the time for Aura is up. That we have a president. There's no longer a president-elect. We have state institutions. If the president thinks that none of the state institutions can perform the function of investigating, gathering the necessary information, and putting that before the appropriate authorities for either prosecutions, recoveries, and whatever, then the president has the power to set up whatever committee or commission or group that he wants to set up for that investigation and fund the group with public resources. With Aura, I doubt how it was going to be funded if it is not maybe from the president's own whatever or NDC's own resources. But this time, the state has the capacity to set up a group if the president thinks that none of the groups, IOCO, Financial Intelligence, NID, the Police CID, if the president doesn't have the faith in these ones to be able to, or the Auditor General, to be able to, investigate, gather information, even with maybe lawyers that can help to package the things and thoroughly investigate to be able to present cases to the Attorney General for prosecution. And in fact, it includes the Office of the Special Prosecutor.
Okay.
So now, if all these cannot do it, then of
sorry,
course...
Sule, if you can hear
yes.
me. Yes, because you are on what should be happening going forward. I just want to chip in what we've heard, or it's been reported that the lady Joyce Bar Mokhtar has been saying. She insists that oral ends when the Attorney General is in place. We know that this Attorney General and Minister of Justice will be vetted today. Is that a feasible way forward?
Maybe I didn't get your question.
My question is, we have been told that oral ends when the Attorney General is actually in place. This Attorney General, Dr. Dominic Ayine, will be vetted today. I'm asking whether that's a feasible way forward. But if Prof is with us, I want us to touch briefly on some other happenings in the governance space. The first is that the presidency issued a statement cutting down the number of ministries from 30 to 23. This is pursuant to the 60 ministers thinking that he put forward ahead of election. Is that a step in the right direction? Well, I understand, Suleiman, you're back on.
But Prof is answering the question.
Okay, yeah, okay, yes, Prof.
About the ministers?
Yes, about the ministers more specifically.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I think for me it's a very good sign from the president seeking to fulfill promises that he made. Specifically on the appointment of ministers, he told the nation we will have not more than 60. So going forward to use executive instrument to already reduce what is statutory from 30 to 23, it's a first big step. So I think there are certain ministries that were really superfluous. For instance, why do you have the Ministry of Sanitation? Because, again, I'm hoping that by so doing, the president is also thinking seriously about this whole notion of empowering the districts to take over certain roles that are loaded here in Accra on ministries. Because our district assemblies have been more or less weak in so many ways. So I think that's the first step. But back to your question, it's good that some have been merged, consolidated and all. And also troubling is whether this what the Constitution designates as regional ministers, that tends to overload the appointment of ministers. But certainly, people who are placed in the regions to represent the president, they don't have ministerial portfolio. So maybe if it's not an entrenched clause in the Constitution, this be one area that the president quickly can use his power in the parliament to see if they can drop that designation. Just let them be also regional chief executives. You see? So if we do that, then I think the president will really succeed in getting to the number that he wants. Some people have been saying it may not be enough to cover certain things. I keep saying, look, if you have to follow the problem of this country, you may have to appoint 1,000 ministers because that's how many problems we have. But I think he needs wisdom, and I like that. He's consolidating, and I think that's going to work for him. So I'm very pleased with this initial step to try to stay within the promise that he gave the people.
I'll give the last word on that to you, Suleimana.
Yes, Raymond, because my line dropped, I actually did not get the question that Prof was responding to.
Yes, I was talking about the drop in the number of ministers from 30 to 23. Is that a step in the right direction? You know, the man says he wants to appoint 60 ministers.
Yes, so I think it's a drop in the number of ministries and not ministers from 30 to 23. So 7 of them scrapped or merged. Of course, it's a step in the right direction. The indication of appointment of 60 ministers, what I'm not too sure about is whether those include the 16 regional ministers that, we've always had. So if you have 60, if he's going to continue with that tradition, then we have 16 regional ministers, and then you are left with about 44 ministers and deputy ministers. I think that
There are some still that could have been taken away. For example, fisheries, aquaculture. I'm not too sure why that cannot come under agri, for example. Another one is environment and science and I think innovation or technology. We have Ministry of Communications, Digitalization and Innovation or Technology. And then we have Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. So if you're talking about environment, why wouldn't the environment fit perfectly within the Natural Resources Ministry? I think that it could still even come down. Of course, that gives a lot of put a lot of burden on the president in terms of the people who have to be satisfied. But if he wants to make a legacy, he wants to have a legacy, as he's always said, it's not really about pleasing people. It's about getting the work done, minimizing costs, ensuring value for money, and doing away with all this corruption canker that we've always talked about. At the end of the day, if the state is doing well, if the country is doing well, I'm sure everyone would have a benefit from that. Okay. So, yeah, it's a direction, but it could even come down further.
Gentlemen, we are grateful to you for your time this morning. Professor Bafo Ajimendia is a former UN governance advisor. And we also had Suleiman Abrahima, you just heard him, Executive Director of the Media Foundation for West Africa. Mama, the vetting has started, right?
Yes, vetting has just started. After this very short break, we'll take you to Parliament. Stay with us. This is the Super Morning Show.
Morning Show. I used to stress about where to receive my advertisements sticker and always used to doubt whether my friend has really sent it.
So I asked a friend of mine and he said his wife used to have similar challenges until she decided to receive money transfers from CBG.
Well, I can relate because now I receive my money from CBG. It's so simple, fast and secure with no delays and no hidden fees. And I must say, life is now feeling good.
Stay connected to your loved ones no matter where they are. With Consolidated Bank Ghana's money transfer services, you can receive money quickly and securely from abroad, whether through MoneyGram, Western Union, PayAngel, TransFast, UnityLink, Ria, EaseRemit, Thunes, TapTap Send, and TerraPay. Cash out your way any day with Consolidated Bank Ghana. Welcome to the good life. CBG, we stand with you.
We stand with you.
If home is where the heart is, then let's go home, shall we? Let's go where the entertainment is, where the passion is, where the laughter is, and sometimes even the tears too. Let's go where we feel safe enough to share our opinions
and send tweets,
where we do that embarrassing little dance to our favorite song. Let's go home where the love, the care, and the joy live.
There's no place like home. Connect your home to super fast internet with affordable data bundles from MTN Home. Visit broadband.mtn.com.gh or your My MTN app to sign up today. MTN.
Super Morning Show.
No, I knew it.
I like this one 100%.
This is the Super Morning Show. We will take you to Parliament very shortly. You see, I'm not introducing anything.
I want to put on record.
I innocently said something, but you're making it sound like...
You have to issue the apology and retraction.
Okay, what apology?
Yes.
Let me talk about MTN and then we'll come and look at your issues. Whatever issue you
the more
think
you
you
defer
have.
it, my lawyers are on standby.
Listen, have you heard the latest from MTN? If not, then listen. For those of you who love MTN Free After One, prepare for the upgraded experience that is MTN Free After One Extra with MTN free after 1 extra. You can talk for 1 whole hour uninterrupted while paying for only the first minute of every 10 minutes you talk, which means for every 10 minutes you talk within the hour, you only pay for the first minute, and you get to talk for 60 minutes straight with no interruptions. You also get 50 megabytes of data for free after your first call daily. So it's time to talk extra with all the people you love. To subscribe to MTN free after 1 extra today, just dial *550# *550# and follow the prompts.
Now, sending money across Africa is now easier than ever with PAPS. Now, in fact, on your Fidelity mobile app, it is very easy. Instantly send money to Nigeria, Kenya, Gambia, Liberia, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Djibouti, Malawi, Zimbabwe, and Rwanda securely. Most of these countries came to Ghana recently, their leaders. Yeah, affordably, and in Ghana cities, no FX needed. Foreign exchange assembly, we have removed it. No dollar control. Here is how you do it. You log in into your Fidelity mobile app, go to transfers and select PAPS transfer. It's that simple. Whether it's for loved ones, yes, and that's why we're promoting continental African unity. You can be in Ghana and your loved one is in Rwanda or Liberia or Gambia. It's wonderful. Or like in Kuma, go to Egypt. Yeah, whether it's for loved ones or for business, everything connected to that. Experience the convenience of transferring money without waiting or high fees across Africa on your Fidelity mobile app, or visit our branch near you. We are here for your journey. Believe with us.
All right.
I have friends in South Africa. I have comrades in Ivory Coast. Yeah. Isatu, for example, all over the continent. That's continental African unity. That's why I believe in PAPS 100%.
Is it why I say that you're a very experienced guy?
Yes. Is it a time for you to issue the retraction and apology? You won't do it.
I haven't said anything that is not factual. So.
Sir. All right. Okay. We'll see. She's still insisting what she said is factual.
We've got 4 more minutes to 10. What?
Let's say apologize and let's go.
Apologize for what? What did I say?
What is this thing when you are talking to people to you open your eyes?
Raymond Aqua, what did I say? Tell me what I said
you
wrong.
You accused me. Yes. You know what wrong? You said.
What? But
you know the accusation you leveled against me.
I am insisting, Raymond Aqua, that I haven't accused you of anything. I haven't said anything wrong.
No problem.
If you insist that you want me to apologize for something that you think I have said that
if I don't
wrong,
get justice through the courts, there are alternatives. I'm telling you.
The first one, yeah. All right, so it's a wrap here on the Super Morning Show. But your super station, Joy 99.7 FM, will be taking you to Parliament for the vetting of the ministerial nominees. We've got 3 of them now, but there's an initial issue being raised. That's what's happening at the vetting committee right now. So Apenyomak, the minority leader, has been speaking, but he's been accusing the president of breaching the standing orders of Parliament. His issue is that the letter referring the nominees to Parliament was signed by the secretary to the president and should have been signed by the president himself, the vice president, or a minister. So that's the initial issue, the objection that is being handled right now.
And there's a response from Mayaga, who may be majority leader soon.
Me.
Yes.
All right. So on that note, we're crossing over to Parliament to join the vetting committee's work.
Thank you very much for listening. We're back tomorrow.